Good late afternoon or early evening, everyone. I'd like to welcome you to the Monday, February 10th special meeting of the Birmingham City Commission here in the municipal building at 5:30 p.m. Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerang.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host is absent. Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer is absent.
Thank you. All right, we are here for the purposes of having a presentation and discussion with the Newman Smith architecture firm on the architectural visual preference survey for the proposed community senior recreation center. City Manager Ecker, did you have any preamble?
I do not. This is part of the process as we moved along, and they're here, and this is for getting input not only from the commission but also from the public. So they have an interactive survey, I guess you'd call it, and I'll turn it over to you, Jim.
We do. Hello, good evening. My name is Jim Stock. I am from Newman Smith Architecture, and tonight we do have an architectural visualization exercise for you. And normally we say silence your cell phones, but actually we're going to be using our cell phones during this exercise, so don't put them away. So once we get those all out, we'll start. But first, before we start looking at images, we thought it was interesting to ask 5 important questions. Really simply, we're going to do this as a word cloud. So number 1, how do you describe where you live when you are away from Birmingham? What places or events must visitors experience when they are here in Birmingham? Why do you live here in Birmingham? How do you want to be perceived as a community? And then how do you not want to be perceived as a community? So we're going to go through these one by one. And the next piece is, hopefully we would like you to scan that QR code that we have up on the screen, and that should bring you to a program called Mentimeter.
Does that include us?
Absolutely. Includes everyone, online, in the room, the whole 9 yards.
Yeah, so if you want to just point out that I understand if you're watching this on Zoom or on TV or online, you can still use your phone from home and Zoom, scan this QR code in and participate, correct?
Absolutely, yes. So we'll give folks a few minutes to get oriented.
I would assume. We all live here.
My colleague Lily Kais could help if we need some assistance in the audience.
I wrote it down.
Excellent.
Folks that just walked in the room, if you wish to participate in the survey, you need to scan this QR code now.
Right.
No, I don't want to do that.
Okay, I think we're all caught up here. Let's move on to the next slide. So that being said, how do you describe where you live when you're away from Birmingham? So it's going to prompt you to enter a few words on your screen below. And they will magically, and once you hit submit, you might have to scroll down, and once you hit submit, they will magically start to appear on the screen. Hopefully.
Could you repeat the code again? I'm sorry.
Oh, I can go back if you'd like. Let's try that QR code again. I'll join as well.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll go to the next slide. So we have 30 responses, 35, 33. The bigger the word, of course, is the more responses that it's capturing. Good. 84 responses. This is great. So very walkable, friendly. Part of Metro Detroit. Okay, next. Let's go to the next one. What places or events must visitors experience when they are here in Birmingham? Remember to type your word and hit submit, please. Right. Oh, parks and downtown and shopping are leader in the clubhouse on this one. Very interesting. Let's go to the next one, please. Why do you live in Birmingham? So you're here for this. Whoop, there's a couple few more that are rolling in here. We're hearing walkable again, like we heard the first one, right? Strong school district, safe, great downtown. Okay. Next, how do you want to be perceived as a community? Friendly, safe, welcoming, inclusive, great schools. Again, walkable. Hence the tagline.
Guess our tagline is right on.
It's right on, yes it is. We're proving that today. Okay. Last one here, guys. Okay. How do you not want to be perceived as a community?
not.
Somebody wrote mine.
I think more than one, it's not small.
Yeah.
It's big.
So you guys are doing great. Getting the hang of this now. It's easier, I'll tell you. When we keep moving, it's a little easier.
What are the numbers down the bottom right mean?
Participants that have voted. Right. In 94 spot, you might have keyed in a few words, maybe 2 or 3 words.
Oh, okay.
Someone really liked this one, so hence all the. But not be perceived as a community that is arrogant, exclusive, or unsafe. So great. So that being said, we're going to start off talking about, before we get into looking at different materials and building form and things like that, we're going to talk about architectural context. And that starts by saying that, not only do we have the site right here on Lincoln, but we start to consider the local context, which is surrounding the building itself. We think about downtown Birmingham and all the historic buildings that you have. But we also think about what we call a regional context. So thinking about all the way out to Cranbrook educational community, and what cues can we start to draw from to make a beautiful building. So the first set of images is from Cranbrook. So we all know Cranbrook, beautiful brick detailing, and this is nothing to vote on just yet, guys. Sorry, not just yet. These are just some lead up to what we're getting to. Beautiful buildings, beautiful brick detailing and limestone detailing. Sculpture abounds, obviously, but also on some of the newer projects on the top row, really grabbing some of that connotation of the copper that is patinaed, that nice green patina, but also starting to emulate that on the Kingswood Middle School building in the upper middle, but also starting to attract within the community some modern buildings. So like in the upper right, we have the Science Center, next to the older Science Center. So we have this really juxtaposition between the older architecture and the newer architecture on that campus. So what are some of the clues here that we might think about as we design the building? And we dive a little closer into our site. We get to the historical building context. Obviously, there's a number of great historic buildings, within the downtown, surrounding downtown. The Merrill Building, City Hall, the Adachi Restaurant. We have the Community House, and of course the library. That has a more modern addition onto the library, and sometimes that's done purposeful. You want to understand on a historic building like that which part was actually historic and which part was the addition. In fact, the National Historic Register asks you when you're designing a building, addition onto a historic building, they want you specifically to design that differently than the existing building itself. They want that distinction between the two architecture. And then we get to downtown Birmingham, and I've made a few of these photographs on purpose. I wanted to start to illustrate historic next to the new. Middle photograph, top row, McCann, next to a historic building. So you start to see these different positions that start to happen right in your own downtown, just a few blocks from here. Over on Chester as it comes through, in the upper right, I believe that's Chester. We have a very modern, dark colored brick, glass curtain wall, but in the distance we have a colonial house. So these things can start to exist in the same context of your downtown. In the upper left, that is, we all know that's right at Maple and Woodward. So right next to a historic building. And then below that we have the Daxton, kind of playing off the historic nature of the downtown. And then in the lower right, we have, it's the best I could do, guys, of the RH building that's under construction right now. Still trying to draw off the existing architecture that's happening in the downtown. But then we draw a little closer to the local context. So upper left, we have 2-story residential structures right next to the existing YMCA. Obviously, that's a view of the park. That what's drawn out, we've drawn that out tonight. That's a very important piece of your community. Right across the street on the upper right-hand corner is the church. Lower left-hand corner, that's directly across Lincoln, another residential structure. And then of course, we have the bank, which is just a few blocks to the east. And we have the new housing development, multi-family housing development, that's really in the Y's backyard. So you start to think about all these different contexts that we have to deal with when we are designing the building. You know, should the architecture fit in, or should it start to stand out like some of the buildings in your downtown do? So now we get to the exercise itself. But first, we're going to meet Malcolm Gladwell. So Malcolm he's an author, he's a writer for the New Yorker, and he wrote a book called Blink. And the premise for Blink is he promotes an idea called thin slicing. It's our ability to use limited information from a very narrow period of experience to come to a conclusion. The idea suggests that spontaneous decisions are often as good or better than carefully planned or considered ones. So in a moment's instance, we can make a pretty good snap decision. So today, we're going to go through 3 sets of 16 images. And they're going to characterize exterior features of buildings, thinking about materials, thinking about entry style, and thinking about building form. And here's some things to think about in a very narrow window of time while we look at these images. So things to think about: material and texture, shape, form, and scale, color and contrast, and really, how does this make you feel? There are no wrong answers. We're going to see what everybody thinks. It's kind of like the dessert tray at a restaurant. You know, you might like carrot cake, or not, or creme brulee. It's okay. So here are 16 sets of exterior images, and we're going to go through one by one. So here we go. Okay, the first one, this is concrete and steel, right? So we have board form concrete on the lower right. We have an exposed steel canopy. So now you can start to enter your Mentimeter, and whether you prefer it or dislike it, we'll figure it out. So give us a few seconds longer, and then we'll move on. So we're going to do these kind of rapidly. Someone likes this one. There's a lot of little thumbs up here. So now we'll go to the next one here. Natural wood siding. So I find this interesting. I thought this would be on the other side. Not that I'm trying to influence. What's that? Yeah. Next, horizontal louvers. It'll help shade the interior of the building. Gives a certain architectural style.
Very fast.
You guys are getting it? I think you guys got this. You got it. Next, translucent polycarbonate panels. Having the building glow at night, letting diffuse light into the building.
If you want to log on the computer, it's easier to do that on your phone.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah.
I have the battery.
Oh. itching up. Oh, we got a tie.
Teresa,
Who's gonna be the tiebreaker?
Teresa, do you want to do it on the computer instead?
No, I'm fine.
Okay, because then you can see the presentation more clearly.
Look at that. We need one more, just one more vote, please, guys. Let's break this tie. Okay, next. Terracotta tiles. So it's similar to brick, but just in different form.
Different parts of some of these because it's not necessarily a case of I like or dislike it. Do I like it or dislike it in the context of how we because that's not bad, but it doesn't match.
I think we're averaging about 50 responses right now. Okay, next. Concrete colored block. So it's intricately colored concrete block. Cinder block. There, there's 50. Okay. Next. So this is brick and stacked stone with precast concrete accents. Lots of materials here. Oh. Okay. Got everybody? Next, this is LED graphic panel. So you might have some signage, or actually this could be like an art installation on the building.
The airport tunnel.
Okay. It's a very neat graph. Next, this is geometric perforated metal panels. So creating a design with the metal panels that's still allowing, light to get to the inside.
I just went to community development.
Okay. Quite a diverse, strongly dislike between prefer. Interesting. Next we have wood lap siding. Everyone's very familiar with this. Number 11, this is cut limestone. So a little more architectural feeling in terms of this slide here. I think this one's the runaway in the crowd so far. Okay, next. So this is what they call a colored cement panel system. So these panels are actually made out of cement, and we're actually able to color them to give different geometric designs in sometimes, or monolithic. Got everybody? Next, we're all familiar with brick. Very familiar. I changed my mind. I think this one might be the leader now.
Hence you see how many brick and limestone buildings we have around town.
Okay. Next, we'll talk about profiled metal panel systems. Different aesthetic. Interesting. Very surprising. Very surprising. Come on, let's break the tie here. Okay? Jeff, I think you need to vote, yeah. Next one we have, this is precast concrete panels. So this is done with different finishes and different colors. Starts to emulate limestone a little bit. Okay. That's a big one. Last one, guys. More. Last one. Glass window wall system. Being able to see inside, letting light in. All right. Over there. A few more. Okay. So that was 16, guys. So we're gonna say, so we're gonna cue for you. So which ones, Lily, are the leaders? Okay, we're checking the results, guys.
It's tabulating. Hold on. 3 would be,
Top three. You can say it, it's okay.
okay, so
Yeah.
it's number 1,
Here we go. Number one.
numbers 15 and 16.
1, 15, and 16. So 1, so the upper left, so the concrete and steel. 15.
Yeah, sorry, 16 and
Oh,
16.
sorry, guys. My bad.
Yeah,
Yep,
16
yep.
and 16.
16 and 16.
With a
So pre-
close follow-up with number 11 was a close runner-up.
Close.
Oh, sorry, no, brick got in there too. Sorry, guys. Math, I wasn't great at.
Okay.
Brick is very high as well.
Okay, so we have 1.
Brick
Right.
actually takes 1, 2, and then 16 comes in 3.
Which 16? Yeah.
The final 16, the true 16.
The true 16.
Is in third place.
This is a test, guys. We were making sure you guys were
Sorry,
reading the
I'll-
numbers correctly.
Yes, I'll be quicker.
So 113.
And 16 are the top 3.
1, 13, and 16. Okay, so this is interesting. So concrete, this is concrete and steel for number 1. And of course, we all know brick.
Brick.
And then we have glass window wall systems. So a palette that you're really familiar with around town. Okay, so now, unfortunately, the software only lets me do so many slides at a time. So we need to change presentations. So same drill. I'm going to open up a presentation. Let me go back. This is part B. So I'm going to open up part B. So we'll need to rejoin this session. Sorry, it's software limitations, guys. Nothing I can do about it.
The free version.
No, it's not actually. It's not actually. It's not. So if we could all, I'm going to hit present so you can see this thing a little bigger. Right? Okay, so we need to join part B, please. Yeah.
You should be seeing that.
We see it.
Oh, you did?
It's right here.
Oh,
Yep. Have we all rejoined? Are we good?
Yeah.
Okay. Lily, you mind? Yeah. Are we good?
Scanning. You got it? Okay.
Okay. I'm going to move forward then if everybody is rejoined. Sorry, those joining online Zoom. Hopefully you've kept up with us. Okay, next. So now we're going to talk about building entry, guys. So again, we have 16 forms, different type of building forms. And we're going to do the same exercise. Which ones do we think are appropriate for our new building? So, that being said, let's move on. So this is what we call the understated entry. Very quiet entry into the building. Move on. Up to 60 responses, 59 responses now, 60 now. Okay. Very neutral on the understated entry. Here we go. This is actually a glass and pergola entry, almost like a beacon. Another entry, we have a gable form, so a more residential form, what we call the gable glass entry. Okay. Let's go to the next. So this is what the entry looks like for the brick, stacked stone, and precast entry. It's a little taller in this scheme. Next, we're going to go what we call the wood overhang entry. So a little warmer feel, a little covered feel as you enter the building. Okay. Next, we have the exposed structural steel entry at the Delaware Community Center YMCA. Guess we're not doing one of those. Key here is what we call it's really a transparent entry, 2 stories, has a large overhang. Got some thumbs up on this one too. Okay. Okay, next, we have what we call the monumental entry. So this has a little bit of timber frame in it, but it's a very strong architectural statement as a entry feature. So we'll get a look at that one, and let's vote. Next, we bring in a little timber frame into the mix. So the timber frame entry, kind of warming things up a little bit. Someone really likes the thumbs up on this one. They found the thumbs up button. Okay. Number 10, we have what we call the modern entry. A little different. Okay, got it, guys. Loud and clear. Okay, anybody else want to add to the strongly dislike while we're at it?
Yeah, I think you just heard we're not New York.
Yeah. Okay, got that one. Next, this is a smaller scaled entry. So we've brought down the scale here. It's only a one-story entry here. This again is derivative of our concrete and structural steel. A little bit of wood siding here as well. Next, we have our colonnade entry, so a more traditional approach to an entry. It's interesting that this one, it falls strongly in the dislike and strongly dislike categories when a lot of our houses in the neighborhood are very traditional. Yet we don't want our community or senior center to reflect that. Interesting. That's why we do this.
We have enough of it already.
Well said. Okay. Next, we have what we call a super graphic entry. So really bringing the graphic portion into the building itself. Holding up a canopy, perhaps. Here, what we call the beacon entry. So something that's taller, something that is internally illuminated, creating the beacon for the community.
Residential area doesn't work. Very close, you guys.
next, we call this the recess entry. So you can't see it, it's a little tougher to read, but underneath this overhang here, the entry to the building is on the lower right-hand portion of the building there. So we call this the recessed entry. Okay, last one, guys. Okay, we call this a colorful entry. So bring some color into the building, expose structural steel again, and really marking the entrance to the building. This is very even here. Okay, we ready, Lil?
Yes.
Okay,
So
let's see what we got here in the
tie for second.
Tie.
Maybe 4.
what's that?
So strong first was number 7.
Number 7.
A tie for second is 3 and 5.
So 3 and 5. So 7 was the leader out of this board.
Yep, 3 and 5 were tied.
3 and 5. So upper row. Second one from the right. 5.
Yep.
Second row. First photograph.
And then third place was number 11.
Number 11. So there's small scaled entry here. So it seems like
There
you
were
guys.
A lot
Yeah.
of close ones, though.
Yeah.
A lot of close ones.
Gotcha.
Can I ask how you do that?
I'm just counting the votes on.
Yeah, we have the results.
But I understand their votes, but there's neutral, then there's prefer,
Yeah,
strongly
like
prefer.
neutral, prefer, and strongly prefer for every single one.
Right.
I'm counting those 3 for everything.
So you add them up.
Yep,
Okay.
so it's the same for everyone.
Yep. Yeah. So it seems like in the community, at least from an entry standpoint, we have some, exposed structural steel and large overhangs really protecting the entrance to the building, welcoming people in. We talked about that from our word cloud. So this is all starting to come together and be consistent. We start to see this. Okay, next we are going to talk about building form. So we have many different types of building form that we will be considering. So again, we have 16 images that we're going to vote on. Different roof forms, different building forms, different wall forms as well. Color. So how do these make you feel? First one, we have what we call an abstract roof form. So a little more liturgical in architecture. Oh, I gotta advance the slide. Sorry, guys. There you go. Okay. Next, we have what we call the simple roof form. So just a slight overhang, scale's a little smaller, a little more intimate. Next up, we have timber form. So really expressing the timber frame of the building to the exterior as well. Marking the entrance with a canopy. Next, we have what we call the cantilevered form. So this part of the building to the upper left, as it cantilevers past the existing wall line to create some dynamic forms and overhangs. That no one really likes. It's okay. Number 5, we have a curved wall form, so softening the walls of the building itself. Okay. Next, we have what we call the municipal building form. So again, brick, limestone, has a slight overhang at the top. Next. This is the floating plane form. So you can start to see how the roof itself extends into the inside as well. This wood, what we call a soffit, brings itself into the building and forms the overhang.
This is just ideas.
So next, we have a circular form. So a building that starts to use circularity in its architectural expression. Or not. That was the Livonia Community Recreation Center, by the way.
It's not in the neighborhood.
Next, we have what we call the modern farmhouse form. So gabled roof, maybe it has a standing seam roof. Material, some shed dormers. Next, we have the curvy form. So expressing curves in the roof to enclose a space. Those are the translucent panels that we had talked about that no one liked. There's no thumbs up on that one, I'll tell you what. Okay. Next, we have the wing form. So promoting, movement within the building. I know where this is going, I think.
So you're getting a sense.
Oh, yeah. Okay, all right. That's why we do this. Next, we have what we call the flying V. So tilting the roof planes to give it interesting overhangs and allowing light into different parts of the building by doing that, separating out the roof planes. Next, it's the bold, colorful form. See if we can get to 80%. This is actually a pediatric building in Omaha, Nebraska. Nope. No. Okay. Next, this is a hybrid modern residential form. So over, on the left-hand side between the gable roofs, we have a more modern expression. Even the gable roof is a little more modern in its construction. Instead of taking the siding all the way across, they've kind of transitioned to a little bit of profiled metal panel here, and the window shapes are a little different. Let's see how you like this one. next, bringing some color into the roof form. So you have long cantilevered entry canopy and a covering that's perforated and colorful. That no one likes. I'm going to take a guess at where the last one's going to go. This is more of a modern sculpted form. Dynamic. Okay. You go. There you go. Okay, are we ready for the results? Okay. All right. What do we got?
Okay, number 1 was 7.
7.
Top votes.
Okay.
Second place is number 2.
Number 2.
And then third place is 14.
14. Okay. So number 7. So one had the floating plane that kind of slid
Using calculator
slid to the interior. Number 2. So these horizontal roof planes sounds that there's something that you find applicable to this type of building. And then number 3, in third place, was the hybrid piece. So we're kind of grabbing a little bit of a residential feel with the building, but also giving it more of a little modern nod. And it kind of holds true to what you guys start to have in your downtown, where you have these historic buildings and positioned next to residential structures. So it's in our mind, it seems like it's very consistent in what we're trying to do with the architecture. So that is it. That's all the images we have to vote on at the moment. But I'd certainly like to hear from you. Any comments that you may have. As we did this exercise, whether or not you saw anything interesting or not, or have any strong feelings one way or the other of which way the architecture should start to trend while we start to design the building. So.
Thank you. All right, so we'll bring it back to the commission. If any commissioners want to make remarks about any of the visual preference survey slides that we just saw. Any comments about Commissioner Anthony Long?
So, while a lot of these designs are great and may have applications in other locations, my responses at least were that we're in a residential area. And that, while, for example, the one with the billboard, that would be great in downtown somewhere, or, not necessarily downtown Birmingham, but a downtown, but not there. I could just imagine the glow on everybody's homes in the area from such a thing. So, the number 16, might look great in a location other than where we're going to be at. So a lot of the responses, I think, from my perspective, were taking into account that we have residents living across the street from this building, and so that kind of drove a lot of my responses.
100%. Commissioner Haig?
So thank you for putting all of these together and explaining them, because that helped me with understanding what you were trying to say. So that was very beneficial all by itself. So the thought process that I had when I was looking at these was very similar to Commissioner Long about what's the location,
Yep.
but also what's it going to look like in 20 years. I need to visualize how some of these designs will date themselves, because some of them are very applicable for today. But if we look around at other places that we've all visited in our lives, and we look at something that was built in the 70s or the 80s, and we look at it now and say, oh, good grief, what were they thinking? And that drove some of my decisions about what's something that will endure from a style perspective and doesn't clash. And then from a material standpoint, timber seems to be very popular right now, but I can tell you, growing up in a house that was built in the 1700s, let me tell you something about maintenance on timber. It's expensive. It takes an awful lot of time, and you'd be amazed at what you end up having to cut out and replace. Even though it may have been made out of something like oak and you think it lasts a long time, you'd be shocked at what you have to do. So the maintenance costs on some of the timber was what was driving me away from it. That it just, it makes me shiver.
Commissioner Emerine.
Well, my first question was, I'm assuming you're saving all this data, all that stuff you just collected. Okay. I was curious if the planning board's going to get a stab at this. The planning board came up with some guidelines and all this and that, and I don't know how their involvement gets in, and I don't need to know right now, but they had some guidelines and so on and so forth. And I'm sure the planning board will be looking at the residential feel, which Commissioner Long just mentioned. And
Yep.
What's interesting what he said about the residential neighborhood is I wrote down that smaller scale entry. I thought about that because of the neighborhood feel.
Right.
So I thought that was interesting. And then I also wrote down cost. I'm curious how
Right.
I wrote down maintenance costs and how the construction manager is going to fit in, and how that goes to a decision-making process. And, oh, maybe we're going to go to this type of building. This is what we're thinking about. This is what everyone voted on. Oh, but it's twice as expensive as this one, and we know this, so how that all factors in. So.
And the other thing to consider is the fact that all four of these elevations are really exposed. There's really no back to this building. So we need to consider all four elevations, which is another economic decision as well.
Yep. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Host.
Just a comment, two comments. Do you have any checks and balances on the demographic that has responded to this?
No,
This inquiry.
anybody could have signed up
Okay.
from Florida, from.
And then a comment from another citizen. Why are we talking about translucent carbonate panels when we have no approved funding or operating budget?
And Commissioner Baller, any comments?
No, yes. My questions and concerns are about the process, and you did not introduce this, so I don't know what the point is. Is this, are you going to, is this going to inform your design? Or are there further steps? Because to Commissioner Host's point, I mean, on the one hand, I believe in the wisdom of the crowd. On the other hand, I don't know who the crowd is. And we seven up here, or six who are here tonight, our votes tonight were equivalent to everyone else's votes, but we were elected to represent all the residents of Birmingham. So that's, I don't have a beef necessarily with the choices. Like, I agree with a lot of it, but I also think there's a lot deeper discussion to be had about this stuff. So, for example, number 16, while you might look at that and say, wow, I couldn't. To me, that represents some architectural creativity. I wouldn't necessarily want that roof. But to me, it gives an architect a lot more license to be creative than, say, number 6 or number 14. So it's a discussion more than for me, and it's a discussion about with the client and who is the client?
Commissioner Long?
One other comment that Commissioner Bauer reminded me of is that when I'm looking at these, there's certain components that I like and certain components that I don't like. So throwing the baby out with the bathwater kind of thing a little bit when you're voting is part of it. For example, number 13, that may be a cool design if it didn't have red next to it. It might be if it was more neutral. So I know it was there to represent color or what have you, but
Chevrolet.
right, it's exactly what it looks like, a car dealership. But the point is bad example. But the point is that there might that building with not red in it may have gotten a different response, and so I don't know how we deal with that. With that, there might be parts of the building that we might like, parts of the building we might not, but we have to judge the picture as it is. So I throw it out.
So, yes, Commissioner Hay?
No, finish what you were going to say first.
I was going to say, I'm assuming that this is a first step, Jim,
That is correct.
and that there will be other opportunities to opine, but this is going to inform. I think you heard that, I think probably most people answered, I think the way the commissioners did, keeping in mind the context of the location and cost. I mean, I love limestone, but I didn't vote for it because it's an expensive material. You can replicate it with some of the concrete panels that you showed, and people seem to respond to those favorably. So I think everybody is sort of approaching this from a realistic contextual standpoint of where it's going to be and that we don't have unlimited funds to work with. But you certainly did, I think, get some useful information about what the community prefers. I think Commissioner Haig's comments about something that ages well are appropriate and something architects keep in mind. I know I look at form number 6 now and think that is looks like every strip shopping center that's been built in the last 3 years. So, it's a form that has not aged well and is probably not appropriate going forward. But I think you got, you heard we weren't New York. You also, I think, heard decisively that we are not Greenfield Village or a theme park. And I think people want something reasonable, cost-effective that fits, but that is also inspiring and something to be proud of. So, Commissioner Haig.
Sort of following on with what you were saying there, I just wanted to add that with some of the shapes that we're looking at, I have to think about the fact that we've got a very constrained parcel that we're working with, and so they have to be spatially extremely efficient. And while some of these designs are actually quite striking and could be bold statements, they're massively wasteful of an extremely constrained site as far as their utility. And so that's why I throw them out in my mind, because we would waste 10-15% of the site just by making a bold statement, and we can't afford it here. And the other thing that I hadn't thought of, and thank you for saying it, there is no backing to this building, so all 4 sides have to have something to them. So I don't know if we'd all thought about it from that perspective. That was an interesting comment. Thank you.
All right, would any members of the public in the room care to come to the microphone, state your name and address, and make remarks about this presentation?
You know the process better than anybody. I don't know why you're standing up and not moving.
Okay, so, ma'am, name, address, and
I
comment.
live at 1688 Norfolk, and I really just have questions. Number one, whether or not the decision has been made yet as to this being a senior center or mixed use. And then my second question was whether or not we were looking at 1 story or going up.
The decision has been made that it is a combined senior community recreation center. The decision about whether it's 1 story or 2 has not been made.
Okay, thanks, that's all.
Thank you.
I wanted.
Racklin Hoff, 211 East Merrill. My question, I thought this was a very interesting exercise, but my question has to do with how much influence does an exercise like this have? I noticed there was approximately 60 respondents, and to base decisions on 60 respondents, I think it steers it in a certain direction, but I'm concerned on how much influence that carries. And also, I would like a lot of influence from the architect to take this information, but you're the pros at this, and I would like to hear from the pros on what you think works best, because this is a very small, it's a lot of people, but it's a small number when we're considering Birmingham and the users.
Jim, do you want to respond?
I will. So I think we're going to go with number 16 then. I'm kidding. Bit of levity. No, you're absolutely right. It's a slice. Again, it's a thin slice. But I believe it really gives us an idea of what you think is appropriate within the community. For example, the colonnaded piece. Considering a lot of the structures in the neighborhood are colonnaded. Is that appropriate for the building? Well, no. You said we have too much of it. Let's do something different. The small scaled entry with the concrete and steel. I thought that was interesting in terms of materiality. So it's not quite limestone, it's not quite precast, but it's board form concrete, which is a little rougher. So those types of things do start to play into our thinking about what we think would be appropriate for the building. But you're right, it's a small snapshot, and I appreciate the comment saying that it gives us a little bit of latitude to be creative as well. So, and that's why we start out with context. We look at it regionally, we focus into the downtown, then we get to local context. We start to think about all those different pieces as we're designing the building. And we can go wildly to the right and forget about context and do a number 16, for example. But I think by doing this exercise, it starts to tell us that that's the wrong approach for this building and for the location as well.
Hi, David Levinson. My address is 22519 Fiddler's Cove in Beverly Hills, but I'm also a Birmingham taxpayer. I have two comments. I think tonight's was great, but a lot of the comments just go to scale. If it's a one-story building, certain roof lines really work, like number 7. If it's a two-story building, it's not going to work, or not work as well. Again, some of the outside surfaces. If it's two-story structure, all the brick, all the stone, whatever, that's just a massive amount of stuff to be looking at. So again, without knowing the scale, the size, the orientation of the building, if the main entrance is on the east side, that's one thing. If it's on the west side, it's another. If it's facing towards Lincoln, that's a third. These are options that, until you know those scales and orientation of the building, it's tough. Part of the reason I'm saying that, I spent 42 years financing real estate. So, I know. And my other comment is, I'm just very disappointed in the ultimate decision here. The taxpayers of Birmingham were told they were going to get a senior center. And because a private organization screwed up and made a cardinal sin of selling their building without having their other building finalized, the members of Next are getting punished. And so are the city of Birmingham taxpayers getting punished to bail out a private organization, and I don't think that's right. Final comment. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? I'm going to come up.
I'm Cindy, 1108 Saxon. I don't like light pollution. If I lived there, I'd really worry about that. So that's just something quick.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? All right, any comment online, please use the raise your hand function. If you're online and you'd like to make a comment.
I do see one.
Harvey. Upper left. Harvey.
Harvey Bell. Mr. Bell, would you like to comment?
I would. Thank you very much. I live at 848 Pleasant, and I'm also a member of your newly appointed Commission on Environmental and Sustainability. And, I've been through a lot of design processes in my life. I'm a little worried if we're worrying about context. So I want to echo the comment that Commissioner Host made. We've looked at a lot of different concepts here. They all have radically different energy use. And I made a presentation some time ago to the commission about this building potentially being a resilience center. And somehow we're putting form and context way ahead of function and established budget. Should this building, what kind of energy uses or consumption, what's going to be the ongoing cost to run the building? That, the city's going to have to, and the taxpayers are going to have to comprehend. It could be a very, very economical building to run. It's got a ton of this glass in there and a lot of steel. They all transmit heat, and it's going to be at disadvantage. So I really think there need to be a high-level set of objectives set in terms of, sure, it's got to be attractive. What's the budget it's got to be in? What's the ongoing energy use? And ongoing maintenance budget for the building, so that we've got a robust vision of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other individuals online who'd like to comment? Please use the raise your hand function. All right, last call for comment in the room. And this is comment about the presentation, the form, the function, the design.
Yeah, Gordon Davis, 696 Belleville. So it feels like it'd be much better if all the buildings were a similar size to what we're looking at. So all the images we had would be representative of what might be there. Some of them look absolutely stunning, don't they? Like the one, but in the size doesn't work. The aura of it needs to be scaled down. It wouldn't work for what we're doing. We're only looking at 1 or 2 stories high. It just feels that there's plenty of buildings out there in the world which may be more representative, and then I'll find it a lot easier, especially the entryways. Thanks.
Thank you.
Mike Cliff, 723 Oakland Avenue. Not strictly related to the form of design, but we had the other comment that wasn't. I don't view this as shortchanging the seniors or the taxpayers in any way, shape, or form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi. Christy Barrett, 915 Harmon Street. And I just wanted, as far as the form and function, keep in mind this is a tiny bougie town we live in with 21,000 people. And you've got a piece of property that's 1.4 acres that can't handle the parking for one piece now. When there's so many unanswered questions, that to even get to this point of looking at design, I think is very, very premature. Whether it's going to be limestone or brick, it's still going to be 70% of people outside of this community who attend both Next and Y, and 100% of property owners in Birmingham will pay for it. So I think that when I understand there's going to be discussion on floor plan and scheduling later. I don't stay up that late. We'll be in bed by midnight, so I can't comment. But that's questionable as well. There's no way that Next currently has 202 hours of programming. I would say it's more like 90. And you need to get, as responsible city commission, everything validated. Because here, I have a list of examples. Do they have every Monday 3 hours of a luncheon and 2 hours of a lecture? Absolutely not. Do they have O2 and blood pressure checks every Monday for 2 hours? No, that's once a month. There's a lot of things, and I understand that Next, I'm not against Next, I'm not against the Y. What I'm against is me paying for every bit of it without anybody organization bringing anything to bear. And that needs to be considered. And I think it's disingenuous that this always comes up on the end of the agenda when the people you need to be hearing from don't want to stay up till midnight. But if you don't change course, get some real feasibility studies, we just seeded an environmental sustainability group, yet we're going to build another building that we don't even know how it's going to be paid for, who's going to use it, what's the space utilization look like, which just, you're really putting all the carts before the horse here. And you can continue down this path. Well, let me say this. When someone from Beverly Hills gets up and says, we want to grow, we want to do this, well, you know what, maybe Beverly Hills needs to do a millage too. Maybe they need to check in and throw some money toward the Birmingham property owners. And you can continue to do this, but it will not pass, because 4% of Birmingham's population belongs to the next. I'm not sure, I think it's 6% belong to the Y, but 100% are going to be responsible for paying for this. Just slow down, do it right. That was a commitment you made from the beginning. We're not going to do it fast. We're going to do it right. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other comment in the room? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. If there's no other comments from the commission, so we've had the presentation, we've had public comment, and then I guess we can adjourn, and we will reconvene for our regular meeting at 7:30. Are we recording? All right. Good evening, everyone. I'd like to call to order the regular meeting of the Birmingham City Commission on February 10th, 2025, here at the Municipal Building in downtown Birmingham at 7:30 p.m. Would you please join me for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, Ms. Bingham, would you please call the roll?
Mayor Therese Long.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Here.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Here.
Commissioner Haig.
Here.
Commissioner Host.
Here.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Here.
Commissioner Katie Schaefer is absent.
Thank you. Our first item on the agenda is proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, confirmations, administration of oaths, guests and announcements. We have no guests and no announcements. We have two potential appointments to boards this evening. The first one is to the Planning Board. We have a alternate position open to serve the remainder of a 3-year term that expires basically in 5 weeks. And so the Planning Board is a very busy, very important board. It would be wonderful if we could replace Mr. Emmerine as a civil engineer or get someone with demonstrated planning and zoning experience. So I'm wondering how the commission feels about holding this position open for a few more weeks, seeing if we can attract some more candidates, and then appointing someone for a full year rather than for a 5-week period and then having to repost it in basically for the next meeting, I think, and then come back again.
Second.
Request.
Reasonable request?
No disrespect to the applicant.
Yeah, and the current applicant would be carried over.
Is he here?
Yes, Mr. Curry. So you would be carried over till we addressed this again for a full year rather than 5 weeks. And we would have to post it, I think, for the next meeting, call for applications again, and then do this all over again, since there's only 5 weeks left in this current appointment. Thank you very much for your patience. Our next appointment is to the Multimodal Transportation Board. We have one applicant as an alternate member for the remainder of a 3-year term that would expire October 27th. Is Ms. Broderick in the room?
We don't see anybody online.
No?
You did reserve in person, so I don't know what.
All right. Well, if a new applicant is not in the room and not online, that is our policy to post that, or postpone that, excuse me, to a subsequent meeting. All right, so we'll move on to student appointments for city boards and committees. This is very exciting. We're delighted to have student participation on our board, student participation in our community, and students who hopefully will end up interested in serving their communities in the future in some fashion. So we don't interview those students directly about why they want to serve, but we have read your applications, we've read your essays. But I would like to recognize you, so if I call your name, would you please stand? Penelope Graves. Abhishek Dota. You can stay standing, please. Thank you. I apologize if I wasn't clear. Marcy Weisskopf, Jack Bassett, Abigail Murphy, Carter Anderson, and Olivia Betzanos. We're delighted that you're all here with us this evening. If one of the commissioners would like to make a motion to appoint these students by name and to the board that they are being assigned to.
I'll do it.
Thank you.
I'm also going to, before I do that, thank you all for volunteering. When I was on the multimodal board, we had a student volunteer, and we had to remind this student every time that they attended meetings that they were to participate. This isn't a sit down and watch session. We want you to participate. We want you to provide your input from your perspective, and we want you to be prepared when you come to the meetings to do that. Are you all willing to do that? They're all nodding their head. Fantastic. Awesome. Okay, great.
I would just like to second something you just said there,
Yes.
if I may.
Certainly.
I was also on multimodal as well, slightly different time to my colleague here. And the student we had, it was hard to stop him from participating because he brought so many really interesting perspectives we hadn't thought of. And he showed great value to us. So I can't echo strongly enough what my colleague said about be a part of the process. Don't just turn up. But if you've got something you're thinking of, say it, because you'd be surprised how much sometimes it actually really does have an influence.
Well said.
Any other comments before? Nope. All right.
Thank you would be mine.
With that being said, it's my honor to appoint the following students, or to make a motion to appoint the following students as non-voting student members for the calendar year of 2025. Penelope Graves, Environmental Sustainability Committee. I don't want to mispronounce your name, I'm sorry. Abhishek? Is that right? Yeah? Or are you just telling me that's right? All right, thank you. To the Environmental Sustainability Committee, Mercy Wisecup, Museum Board, Jack Bassett to the Parks and Recreation Board, Abigail Murphy to the Parks and Recreation Board, Carter Anderson to the Planning Board, and Olivia Betanzas?
Betanzas.
Okay, to the Planning Board.
All right.
Wrong as well.
Yeah, I got it wrong as well.
Any comments on the motion?
Need a second?
Second.
Just a second. All right, we have a second. Any comments? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Congratulations. And Ms. Bingham, do you need to? No swearing in? All right, thank you very much. I'll make one last comment as why we are delighted that you have stepped up to volunteer. I want to remind you that you've made a serious commitment and that we keep and we prize attendance. So please do come. All right, thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you. All right, thank you very much. You are welcome to stay for the rest of the meeting, or you are welcome to exit gracefully and go do homework.
Or whatever you do.
Yeah.
Parents have to stay, though.
All right, we are now open to the public for matters not on the agenda this evening. If you'd like to make a comment about something that is not on this evening's agenda, please come to the microphone, state your name, address, and make your comment limited to around 3 minutes. If there's anyone online who would like to make a comment for a matter not on the agenda, please use the raise your hand function and we will call on you.
See anybody?
No hands.
All right. So no public comment in the room, no public comment online. We now move to the consent agenda. All items on the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion on these items unless a commissioner or citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered under the last item of new business. Any items you'd wish pulled on this side of the table?
No.
On this side of the table. Does anyone in the public want to pull anything from the consent agenda? In the room or online using the raise your hand function? I see none, so could we please have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve the consent agenda, items A through E, as set forth on the agenda.
Second.
Second, we have a motion and we have a second. Any comment on the motion? Any comment from the public on the motion? All right, Ms. Bingham, a roll call vote.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Thank you. The next item is city manager's report, which does not occur at this meeting, but will occur at the next meeting. Unfinished business, we have none. New business, we have a public hearing for 34244 Woodward Bistro Joe's Special Land Use Permit Amendment, Ownership Change, and Liquor License Renewal. And I am going to open the public hearing and call for the staff presentation. Mr. Dupuy.
Thank you, Mayor Long, Commissioners. Thanks for the intro. It's another simple ownership transfer here. Whenever a liquor license holder transfers ownership, it's bought is exchanged. We come here and update the special land use permit, so here we are. The transfer would go from Joe's Bistro LLC, the current owner, to an M&D Woodward LLC, the new prospective owner. I note in the report some of the quirks here with this particular one that are different than the other ones we've done so far. The first one being that it's a bit of an unusual disposition in that it's within another building. So the business Bistro Joe's is the only component being sold, to my understanding. The Papa Joe's Market, where this is located up on the mezzanine, is remaining in the current ownership form. I also note in the report that we did have some issues with seating in the past, at least once, that we very publicly vetted. I'm happy to report that there wasn't an issue this year. It appears as though they are keeping their word. I think that it's worthwhile mentioning here so that it carries over to new ownership, that we're expecting that to continue the approved site plans. I would also note that the police department submitted their report as well as a part of this, and they did provide you with a couple of different options, one of which is to complete the local approval notice and furnish it and continue it on. So that mirrors our resolution to approve the ownership transfer. I will at least say before I let you discuss that I did invite them tonight. I don't know if they're here, and if they were, frankly, I'm not sure I'd recognize them. So I'd like, if you wouldn't mind.
All right. Does that conclude the staff presentation?
That's good for the staff presentation.
All right. Are the applicants in the room, and do they wish to speak?
Oh, great.
Please come to the microphone. State your name and address.
Good evening. My name is Denny Bazanovsky, address 49481 Galway, Macomb Township, Michigan.
And do you have any comments you'd like to make?
No, just excited to be part of the city.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Now, are there any comments or questions from the public for either the staff presentation or for the applicant? Any comments or questions in the room? Any comments or questions online? Please use the raise your hand function. Last call for public questions or comment. Seeing none, I'm going to close the public hearing and bring this matter back to the commission. Do the commissioners have any questions for Mr. Dupuy? I have some. Nick, I'm a little concerned about how you're selling the operations of a business, but the location is not isolated from the rest of Papa Joe's, right? There's no walls or doors in particular that separate this Bistro Joe's from the rest of the operation. So how does the planning board feel about that? I mean, how does the planning department, I should say, feel about that? And have you thought about how you're going to monitor the activity and look at potential violations when it's not an enclosed separate space?
Sure. So in my answer, it's not to disagree with you. There are no hard barriers. It's a relatively open space. There are 2 stairs that you can use, and an elevator, of course, to get up to that mezzanine area. The first of which, toward the front, if you will, towards the Woodward side, is, I would say, monitored by a host or hostess stand, which I would suggest to you is a good way of interacting with people who may be unfamiliar or wandering around, a good checkpoint to redirect or welcome them into the restaurant if they're patrons. The other one, it's sort of towards the back of the market. It's a bigger staircase that leads up to a sort of a wine room and an open area. Now, if you continue along and around, there is a set of sort of double cowboy doors that offers a bit of a barrier, albeit mostly open. So I suppose that would be the weak point that you would sort of wonder about. But I would also say that it's a very small space, and just wandering around is uncomfortable if you don't belong there or if you're not dining. For those reasons, I think it's a little bit simpler to monitor and enforce those types of things. And when it comes to behavior, I suppose it's more of a police or life and safety issue. When it comes to seats, it's sort of always been simple. They're fixed, and they're only allowed 64.
But they've been made well aware of the fact that the other seating is not available to them as the restaurant, the way that it was originally being misused?
I wouldn't characterize it that way. I don't know that I've made them well aware. I think I'll take tonight's opportunity to do so.
Okay.
And if you're comfortable with that, I would be comfortable with that.
Commissioner Haig?
Was it not that back area where the additional seats were found previously? And so as that's now part of their space, as opposed to being part of the store's space, there is this risk that we rather publicly went through previously and had some rather frank conversations with the owner about how to prevent this.
Let's clarify that. A clarifying question before you answer?
Is that space part of what they're leasing?
It is my understanding that it wouldn't be. Last year, when Mr. Tony Curtis came up here, he told us all that that was market space, and it's always been market space. I would have to frankly deflect a little bit to the applicant to understand exactly what is in the purchase.
Does the applicant know what we're talking about?
They do. It's the market space. You're talking about to the south of the bathrooms, if you will. The
Yes.
wine room.
Yeah. Not yours.
Not mine.
How are we barriering that in a way that the fire department are comfortable with? Because just having some double doors that are easy push open. I mean, and I'm intentionally looking at the back here for Jeff.
Thank goodness, because I bet you he can answer better than I could.
Jessica, Fire Marshal. To answer your question about separating the two occupancies, there is a half wall, if you will, that is locked that separates someone from going from the Papa Joe's up into the bistro. So, for instance, on Mondays when the bistro is closed, you cannot get to it from outside and you cannot get to it from within the store. However, you could get to the wine tasting area or whatever that's called. As far as inspections go, or annual inspections, we have always treated those two areas completely separate. So the wine room is inspected under Papa Joe's, and the remaining area is part of the bistro.
Is there something like I've seen elsewhere, like the 15-second delay alarmed push bar? So if someone does decide, then it gets noisily obvious.
To go into that
separate
area?
between them, yeah.
So part of the problem that when you get beyond that area, the kitchen intertwines between the bistro all the way over to Papa Joe's. There's the food prep areas, there's freezers, what have you, and it's all within that back area. So you could start in the bistro, work your way up and around over to the restaurant. Again, the only thing that's truly separating it is this half wall. It's about that big, runs maybe 8 feet-ish. It's got a swing door.
That's the one with the saloon door.
And it's locked, yeah.
Commissioner Long?
Switching gears to the front door, when you walk in the front door, there is a door to your right that you can get into Papa Joe's, or there used to be. Is that still going to be?
You're looking at the structure all the way to the left?
When you're walking, the front door, off of Woodward, front door,
Yeah.
there's a stairs that go up as you enter, and to your right, there's a door that you can get into Papa Joe's.
So we were told that that area is always secured, always locked. And the reason they started locking that was for theft. They were having a lot of, because that was one of our questions too, because it was originally marked an exit. A couple of years ago, we addressed this. They identified that there was a lot of theft in that area because somebody could just come by, grab pops or monsters or whatever, and walk their way right outside the door. So they put this partition up there that's actually padlocked. Myself, Mr. Morad from the building department, we evaluated the exits in that area, and we deemed that that did not have to be an exit for Papa Joe's because there was one in very close proximity that we then labeled as the exit. However, the stairs that you refer to, that is an exit, a primary exit for anybody that's in the bistro, and there is an actual panic bar that allows them to get out.
Okay, so my point was, I'm glad that they're doing that. Now that you're separating ownership, there's even more of a reason in my mind to do that, to have that not to be not, if you want to go to Papa Joe's, go in one of the doors to Papa Joe's. If you want to go into the bistro, go into the door for the bistro and not have them connected in the front in that way. Is that the way it is planned to your understanding?
Best of my knowledge, yes.
Nick, is that the way? Yeah, okay, thank you.
And then,
Commissioner Ball.
that saloon door, is that necessary as an egress, like as a fire exit? Because otherwise you only just have the one.
Yeah, so there would be the one, and the other exit would be through that double door.
So you couldn't put a wall there.
Downstairs.
Couldn't put a wall.
Well, you could if you entertained Panic Hardware.
Okay.
Yeah.
Any questions on this side of the room? All right, so that's questions for staff. Any questions for the applicant?
No, I have questions for staff.
Oh, you still have questions for staff? Okay.
Are we in a public hearing, or are we done with it?
The public hearing is closed.
Okay, I have a question for whoever wrote the background report. Without summarizing it, you feel free to summarize it if you like. I guess my question is this typical? Is this the kind of stuff you see? Do you see patterns here? Does any of this concern you?
It's not uncommon to have a background where you have someone who has several businesses that they do have violations in the past. If that's what you're referring to. There's also a couple items that came up where there was listed in some criminal cases that never went to trial. There was never any charges pressed, but they were just listed in a report. That's not uncommon.
Does it concern you at all?
It does not.
Okay.
No. If they were serious incidents, I'm assuming we would have saw charges and prosecution for it.
Okay. And so I'll just say I see a slight pattern of maybe charitably calling it sloppy management. If we send you a notice, if we send a notice to a business in Birmingham, city manager, we expect a timely response. Is that correct?
That's correct, and because it's a special land use permit, if we don't get the response that we need, we can set a public hearing and actually have a hearing to consider terminating the special land use permit, which would require, if it was approved, the termination to shut the business down.
We would never want to get there. We would just want them to respond timely to any notices, any assessments of fees for outdoor dining or whatever they might want, or they might owe us money or need to respond. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, and not a lot of tolerance, is that fair to say?
Yes.
From my fellow commissioners for a failure to do that?
Yeah, can I remind you that in 2021 and 2022, they paid a lot of fines?
You're talking about?
Bistro Joe's.
Yes, they did. I have a question, Chief Gruy. There's several instances here of failing to provide proof of successful completion of an alcohol server training program, which is important. This should not do underage sales, for example, or overserve people. Does that indication mean that the training wasn't completed or that they just didn't turn in the form that said they had done it? Can you tell?
Unfortunately, I can't tell. That was just on the record when we reached out to the Michigan Commission and Liquor Commission, that was something that they were previously charged with. But that was really all the information we got, is that that's what they were cited for.
Yeah. That's more than once and in more than one location, so.
Correct. Correct.
All right. Any other questions of the commission?
Well, I would make the comment that we expect every liquor serving establishment to complete that training.
I'm going to actually invite the applicant to come back up and address our concerns. So,
So there's a little bit of a gray area. I don't know if you're talking about me and my group or the Bistro Joe's group. Are you talking about my violations?
we're talking about your
Okay.
violations that are in the report.
Okay, so I have 16 liquor licenses currently. Now, I think I have 3 violations on all 16, 3 total. One was for a guy drinking in a tent we had during COVID without a mask that I went to
went in front of the board in Lansing, and I don't know if I got that expunged, but I had another violation for tips training back at a Lake Orion store when I didn't know that we have all the servers and bartenders tip certified. Got lost through the chain of command of was that sent in or not. But we do have all the team members. So which violation are you speaking about?
There is an NSF check for Johnny Blacks. There's an
Can I speak on that, just so before we go to the other one?
Sure.
So we have vast fraud throughout the company in 4 different locations, meaning somebody takes a picture of a check, they Photoshop the check, they deposit it for less than $5,000. What happens then is we have to shut the whole account down. When we do that, the bank is notified, state's notified, let's do the ACH payments to make sure that we don't have any problems. Gets lost through translation, there's an NSF check. Never has there been a time when there wasn't money in the account. It's just due to fraud that these things do happen.
Okay. Failure to complete the alcohol training program at Fast Eddie's.
That's the same thing. We have it. Somehow, I don't know how it didn't get turned in, but it didn't get turned into the state.
We have dishonored checks at CJ's Village Cafe.
That's another one worth a fraudulent check, close the whole account down, all new ACH out of that account. So, and I have records from the bank stating that that's what happened when we went in front of the board, the Liquor Control Commission.
All right, and then failure to complete alcohol serving training also at that location?
Yes. Yes, that was also when we bought, that was literally in 2020 or 2021, where we had shut down. And that was like right at COVID. So I'm not using that as excuse, but I think that that's what happened in that particular case. We were shut down for those few months, and then nobody had just turned it in. But I do want to reiterate that we have a lot of licenses, and I don't know if, in the past, if you guys dealt with other applicants, if they have the 15 licenses, they're going to have a lot more violations than we do out of the 14 years that I've been in business. And that's something that I take, I wouldn't say more than anybody, but something, when it comes to the licenses and violations, I take extremely serious.
So I don't think we've ever had an applicant with this many licenses because Birmingham tends to have unique sole proprietor, boutique, bistro type operations where that person is on site all the time and runs it as a unique location according to the character of our community, and we would hope that you would do that. My concern about this would be that, you and your partner who are the owners, if you are responsible for so many properties, many of the issues we have with violations at places are because the owners are not on site and managers are not appropriately trained or appropriately accountable. So how will you address that?
Well, we have 600 employees. I meet with my district manager daily. I meet with general managers once, possibly twice a week, each individual. So our management training system, I would like to say, differs from most. But me and my partner, Matt, we're on top of our people quite a bit. And I'm not saying we're better than anybody or this or that, but all I like to say is that we work hard at providing the best we can for the community that we're in.
So we would hope that whoever manages this location would come in and develop a relationship with the police, with fire, with city staff, and that there is an accountable point person that we can turn to immediately if we identify an issue.
Well, at the end of the day, myself and my partner are that person that if there's any issues that, my number, I don't know if you guys have my number or my email, but I mean, we're on it right away. It's not like we're going to let it slip through the cracks and forget about it.
Mayor Pro Tem Baller.
Couple questions. You understand what a bistro is in Birmingham and how it's different from a Class C?
Yes.
Can you tell me real quick how many, what you understand it to be?
Well, just from what I was told in the past from other people, and I spoke with, I don't know if it was you, or somebody else from planning. 65 seats inside, 35 seats on the patio, 10 seats at the bar. Fill me in if what am I for?
You're pretty much there.
Yeah.
Glazing. In other words, you got to have people seated where they can be seen from the street. So
Okay.
I think you qualify with your sort of indoor-outdoor patio. So it's important that your managers understand those, because oftentimes what we've had is managers don't know what a bistro is, and they'll say, oh, well, let's bring these chairs in and increase the number of chairs. So we just like to keep a level playing field and everything's fair. Are you changing anything about the operation, the menu? Anything?
It's hard to explain. This one's kind of a unique anomaly from our group as a whole. We kind of just want to get our teeth into it for the first few months to see how they're doing things and maybe how we can improve upon things. I'm not going to sit here and bash them and how they operate or anything like that, but I do see some room for change, and we look to make a few of those changes for the better in service and quality of the food right away.
But you understand that significant changes require you to reopen your SLUP?
No, absolutely. Front of planning, changes, anything to signage or alterations to the building. I've done it many times.
Yeah.
I think what the mayor was getting at with regard to having whoever's managing the property or the restaurant day to day have a relationship with the city.
Sure.
If that's you or your partner, then I don't have any other comment. If it's not, I encourage you to have that person have that relationship with the fire department, with the city, with the police department, because you otherwise learn about things where you're reacting to something that happened that can be avoided if that relationship was there. I'll give an example. Somebody who buys a new building that doesn't work with the fire marshal and the fire chief, they find out the hard way, they get tickets, and then they have to react rather than be proactive.
Sure.
We're asking you to have your manager who's on site, or managers, if you will, be proactive.
One more thing, I'm sorry. You may not have seen the agenda for tonight, but the next item on the agenda is our review
For the
of all the
renewal.
liquor licenses.
Yeah.
That would be very instructive.
Yeah.
I would suggest you stick around and see
Yes,
what
I
happens.
planned on it, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, and are you aware that the outdoor dining has requirements and it is time limited?
Yeah, and I don't know if I could ask that, but I did want to bring that up, that we did want to apply. I know they had that outdoor seating a few years back, maybe during COVID, and then it was something that they didn't do last summer, but it's something that I did plan on applying for coming into the future.
Mr. Dupuy is your man.
Okay. Can I get your card for you?
All right, any other questions from the commission? All right, so then I would entertain a motion.
I'll make a motion. May I?
Yes.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the special land use permit amendment for 34244 Woodward to transfer ownership and update special land use permit to the proposed new owner, M&D Woodward, LLC, and to make a motion adopting a resolution to authorize the city clerk to complete the local approval notice at the request of M&D Woodward LLC to approve the request for transfer of ownership of Class C liquor license with Sunday sales from Papa Joe's Birmingham LLC to M&D Woodward LLC, which will still be located at 34244 Woodward Avenue, Birmingham, Oakland County, Michigan.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Any comments from the commissioners on the motion? Any comments from the public on the motion? Either in the room or online, please use the raise your hand function. All right, I see no comments from the public in the room or the public online. So Ms. Bingham, would you please call for a roll call vote?
Commissioner Emmerine?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Thank you. We now move to item B, resolution to approve the renewal of liquor licenses for the 2025 licensing period for the following establishments holding a Class B, Class C, or microbrewery liquor license that are in compliance with Chapter 10, Alcoholic Liquors of the City Code. And there's a list, and then there is also a motion to move 2 of these establishments to a public hearing. Is there a presentation on this item from any city staff?
Yep. I can give a brief description of what's going on. So city staff did their usual annual review of all the establishments that have and serve liquor on premises. And in that review, Treasury took a look at any outstanding bills. And most of the stuff, actually everything from Treasury was resolved. There was a couple things that came in the last few days before we put this in the packet. Building and planning did all of their inspections, got everything corrected. And then we do have 2 establishments that have some concerns based on their contacts with police and some fire violations that were some repeated safety issues. So those 2 outstanding establishments, police and fire could probably elaborate on their concerns with those 2 establishments, but all the rest of the establishments are looking good as far as paid up and in compliance with all the ordinances, codes, and things such as that.
All right. Would the fire department or police department like to address the 2 establishments that we're recommending for public hearings, which are 220 Merrill and Zana?
So I guess we'll start with Zana. This dates back to a year ago, as you may recall from last year's report. We had a overcrowding issue that was reported to us by a private citizen with video footage. We investigated. We found out that they were in fact well over. At which point in time I issued several misdemeanor tickets that were resolved in court. Additionally, issued with the assistance of the city attorney, basically a SLUP warning, laying out several steps if this was to happen again. Fast forward, just only a mere 6.5, 7 months, we found ourselves in July of last year with a very similar problem. Emergency medical crews were called for an emergency at the establishment. As they approached, they were unable to gain immediate access into the building due to excessive crowd at the front, in the vestibule, and throughout the, we'll call it the forward part of the establishment. I will say that they have a high occupancy number. However, in my opinion, they have a hard time controlling that in the fact that it's 492 people spread out in several other areas throughout that front part of the restaurant, and then they also have the conference areas or the banquet areas in the back. And so what's happening is through DJ music and stuff like that, they're having a huge congregation that's formulating around the main bar in the front portion of the restaurant. We did that after that time in July. We notified the city attorney and Attorney Katurek issued an additional warning, actually a final warning, and that their SLUP would be revoked, or it would go in front of the commission to be revoked. We have done several surprise inspections, as we will continue to do with all of our establishments. And what we do is we generally have a fire inspector show up at 12:30, 1 o'clock in the morning with counters, and they'll methodically walk their way through the establishment, counting and confirming that A, the bouncers or whoever's working at the front know what the occupancy number is, where they can find that occupancy, and what are their emergency procedures if we were to show up for some form of emergency. Any failure to that, they would end up getting misdemeanor tickets for unsafe conditions and whatnot. Since that July incident, we had a meeting with the ownership of Zana, who was, to his defense, very apologetic, putting us in that situation, having to do the enforcement that we did. He assured us that there was some changes that were made, both internally and to their processes. And since then, knock on wood, we have not had any problems, and believe me, we've been very diligent in our follow-up inspections with them.
Okay, Chief Guri, then the numerous police report instances at Zena, or whoever wants to address it, yeah.
Yeah, I'll just add that Zena is the popular place in town right now. I think there's 7 documented incidents in the report that you were provided from assaultive type behavior that we've handled while we're there. It's not uncommon on a Thursday, Friday, Saturday night that our officers will be out in front of Zena during their closing time to kind of control the crowds that are coming out of there and help, I guess, curtail any type of assaultive type behavior that's going on. I will say we work closely with the fire department about the overcrowding and call them out when we see an issue there. We've also had numerous conversations with the staff there, their security team, and the management there about any issues and concerns we've had. They're usually very receptive to that, and they're usually work with us to address issues that we note. I will say it's the popular place in town right now. It's the younger crowd that's there, and it's not unlike other businesses that we've dealt with in the past, and that was the popular place at the time. So it's similar to what we've seen before.
All right, thank you. Question?
What did we see before?
Places like, if you remember, we had Blue Martini and Chen Chow and Forte when they did their bar nights. Very similar behavior to what we're used to see at those places. This is the hit place right now that's busy. I would say we're probably seeing fewer incidents than what we've seen at some of those places like Blue Martini in the past. 7 over the course of the last calendar year. Probably not a lot in the grand scheme of things compared to some other places that we dealt with in the past, but certainly the popular place now that we're dealing with.
And so Blue Martini, something happened there, right?
There was more of an issue there. We were certainly busier there than we have been.
And this location was south?
South.
Yes,
Yeah.
before,
South.
yes.
Yeah, they're not there anymore either, right? Because of this sort of stuff?
Similar, yeah. Yep.
Commissioner Host.
I have said to you before how nice it is to go around with our police. I recommend that you do it on a Saturday night during the summer and go with our police, and then you will see how Zena is a problem, particularly near midnight or after midnight. Thank you.
But we're looking for
And now we want to look at, hear about 220 for both police and fire. Yes, Commissioner Hay.
So to try and paraphrase what you just said, Chief, and to make it very clear that I hope the ownership of Zena are paying attention. There have been multiple establishments in the same building that have all ended up in the same place. They're not here anymore. What we see here, we want to avoid the escalation that happened at, I believe it was South, when someone decided it was a smart idea to start shooting down the street. The workshop we had before this, from the architects, one of the key words that came out of that study 2 hours ago was safety. Safety and downtown were very large highlighted words. So I hope the owners of this establishment pay an awful lot of attention, because I think there will be a zero tolerance based off the history of establishments of a similar type in the exact same location. And given the feedback that was provided tonight by the community about how Birmingham is viewed externally and internally, I would say that this is basically, it's a 1 strike. It's not even a 3 strikes. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
All right, as long as you're at the microphone, there's 2 instances of police contacts at 220 Merrill?
Yeah, I mean, there's 2 incidents noted in there. Nothing of real particular note. It's just two minor incidents we had. Unless you have any questions on them.
All right, and then there are fire violations.
Yeah, 220 Merrill, totally different, I would say, than the Zena thing. There was just one overcrowding. We had a medical overcrowding incident right away. The owner contacted us, had a meeting with fire, city manager, apologized. It was a training issue with the staff there. We haven't had any instances with overcrowding since. Then we had a pyrotechnic with sparkler, like on a dessert thing. They've since stopped that practice too, so we had those two things, but we don't have the calls that we do and the volume at 220 that we do at Zena, so that was our report.
So the August report says multiple tickets issued for overcrowding, unsafe conditions, means of egress continuity, and obstructions.
Correct. When we have an overcrowding, you are going to have like 3 tickets briefly. So with any overcrowding incident, you're going to have about 3 tickets. But we had a one-off. We don't have, every time we've done a check, we haven't had anything close to the overcrowding that we do at like Zena. We don't have that fluid crowd movement. They don't have the capacity.
All right, questions?
On Zena, when you say there's a capacity, it was 500 something?
492.
It's big, but do you not have capacity for certain rooms?
We do.
Oh.
It's posted, absolutely. It's broken down into, there's a small little dining area, there's this dining area, there's a front bar, there's the bar,
Okay.
back of the banquet room. But each one has their own, and we issue that, is their own occupancy count for the posted area.
Any idea of the square footage of that place?
11,000.
11,000.
It's big. I'd have to look that up. That's just off the top of my head.
It's like a community
And
center.
there was plans recently to expand, and we were, so.
To expand.
They did submit plans to building fire to increase their occupancy count overall, and that was denied.
How were they going to increase it?
I don't recall the exact details, but they were moving chairs,
Seating and whatnot, and to
eliminating
make it-
seating here, and that's why planning had to get involved with everything else.
Okay.
All right, any further questions? Commissioner?
May I?
Yes.
Thank you. This is for Chief Gruey. So seven violations at Zena. I'm most concerned about hearing from you and your department and your concerns, and what I heard from you was not a lot. It's a lot, but not a lot. Like, it doesn't seem like you were surprised. And can you elaborate on why you said that? I'm curious.
I guess I just look at over time in my career here in the different bars and establishments that we've dealt with. Like I said, they're the popular place now. They're the busiest place in town on the weekend nights. In the grand scheme of thing and comparing it to some of the other establishments that we've dealt with, we're not dealing with the severity of the issues or the amount of issues that we have in the past. Certainly there's some issues going on there that we've been addressing, but I don't think it's out of control at this point. I don't think it's a major issue.
Okay, thank you.
It's a concern, and we're dealing with it, but it's not a major issue.
Okay, that's important from my perspective. I don't know the fellow commissioners, but it's important from my perspective, because if you stood up here and said, this is a huge problem and I have grave concerns or what have you, that's a different message, isn't it?
Sure.
So, okay. I also, if I may, while we are talking about Zena and 220 Merrill, we had an assault at Birmingham Pub. We had 2 assaults at Daxon Hotel. We had an assault at Market North End. We had an assault at Shift, 2 of them. Oh, sorry, 1 at Shift and 1 at Slice. And then we had the ones at Zena. You know, Zena went from January to March with nothing. They went from March to June with nothing. So while I am concerned with Zena about having these numbers, it's not like it's happening every weekend or every month or what have you. It is isolated. I think that I would like to hear from the owners about what they plan to do to address this. But coupled with, though, we're not picking on these other establishments. I don't want to say picking on because it's the wrong word, but we're not talking about their licenses, and they've had assaults there too. You guys have been there. Your officers have been there as well at these other establishments. And this is probably, correct me if I'm wrong, the largest establishment in Birmingham of this type?
In terms
Square
of
footage?
size, I'm not sure, but it's
Yeah,
definitely
square
the
footage.
business.
Right. I
Yeah.
think, though, that
Yeah.
the recommendation for public hearings for these two was conditioned on the fact that they also had overcapacity issues, and the other ones did not. So, and having a public hearing is, you know, a useful opportunity for us to have a conversation with an owner and make it very clear about whether we need to have modifications to the SLUP or what our concerns are, especially since Zaina's had SLUP warnings 2 years in a row. That's, so Commissioner Baller?
Yeah, for the city attorney, maybe. So clearly, in the bistro ordinance, we have a lot of boundaries there that are pretty strict. We're pretty strict about. Given that we have SLUPs for the non-bistros, the Class C, there must be boundaries, right? There are certain boundaries that we set.
There are, and it says that they have to abide by all of local ordinances, state law, et cetera, which all of the fire code issues are.
I guess my point is, let me think of an extreme example. If it was a gentleman's club, we probably would draw the line there, right?
Draw the line where?
We wouldn't want a gentleman's club. That is a strip
No, I
joint.
understand, but you said we would draw the line there.
We
I don't know
probably
what the word
wouldn't,
there means.
if an establishment came and they wanted a SLUP and they said they were going to run a strip joint in town, we'd probably say no, right? That's a boundary.
That's a
one.
special issue altogether because that's a regulated use.
Okay, well, so maybe it was a bad example. What I'm saying is there are things that we probably would not allow, and on the other hand, there are probably things we would strongly encourage, right? Fair to
As
say?
demonstrated by the ordinance that you pass.
Say that again?
As demonstrated by the ordinances this body passes.
So if
Of
we
what's
don't,
allowed
if
and
we
what's not
don't
allowed
have
in
an
this
ordinance such as the bistro ordinance, what are the limits, or are there none?
It depends upon each of the establishments, square footage, capacity, and then our ordinances define what can exist in a certain place by way of zoning, and then it has to follow the liquor control rules and sanctions by the state, and then we just have our general uses as to what they can do and not do in a certain area, more of zoning.
So we have, this is an 11,000 square foot establishment.
I'd have to look
Is there
it up.
anything coming close to that? And I guess what I'm getting at is, through the special land use permit process, we should be able, I'm thinking we can and should be able to influence the kinds of establishments we want and don't want. Not just, are they overcrowded, or are there assaults going on? But, you know, do we want an 11,000 square foot establishment that is causing that sort of stuff? They have, and I don't agree with this, Birmingham has a long history of not being fond of dancing, right? I don't know why, but we do. And that's been in some of our laws, I think, hasn't it? Or where we say low-key entertainment without really defining what low-key entertainment is.
That's in the bistro ordinance. A dance hall was previously a regulated use. We have controlled through the site plan process with the special land use permit the size of a dance floor to make sure, essentially to make sure it doesn't get out of control, but we don't prohibit it. To your point, I think what you're trying to say is through a SLUP, special land use permit, the use itself is governed by the zoning ordinance. Because they serve alcoholic liquors, they fall under the special land use permit, which allows you to attach other conditions if you see that there are issues or potential issues.
Commissioner Haig?
So I'd just like to try and see if I can paraphrase and like active listen back to see if I've fully understood what you're getting at, to maybe put it in a different way that may also be clarifying. The city wants to have businesses that are wildly successful. We don't want something that's not a successful business. But I think what I'm hearing from my colleague is what we would like to be the hosts of, what the residents that live here wish to be the community owners of, are businesses that have values that are commensurate with the values of this city and with the requirements that the residents and all other business users and owners put in front of us for safety, security, for beneficial business growth. And that's where we would like to try and see compatibility. But overall, we want to make sure that any businesses are successful. Success is an important factor for all of us, but it's got to be harmonious, is what I was really getting from what you were saying. And if it's discongruous with the community's desire for what they want out of their community, then perhaps those business owners need to consider that business model, perhaps for modification to make it more congruous. That was how I took what you were trying to say.
Fair enough.
So if a commissioner would like to move the suggested resolution, we can approve the ones that the city's recommending approval for renewal of liquor licenses, and we can move these two establishments, 220 in Merrill and Zana, to a public hearing where we can have these conversations. So would someone like to make the lengthy, unfortunately, commission action? Commissioner Host.
Yeah, we should have a resolution to approve the renewal of liquor licenses for the 2025 licensing period for the following establishments holding a Class B, Class C, or microbrewery liquor license that are in compliance with Chapter 10 alcoholic liquors of the city code. Adashi, Birmingham Pub, Churchill's Bistro, Employee Meal, Griffin Claw, Lincoln Hills, Salvador Scalapini, Sushi Japan, Toast, Wilder's, All Seasons, Bistro Joe's, Birmingham 8, Community House, Imagine Palladium, Hazel Ravines, Luke's Bar and Grill, Sidecar / Slice / Shift, Tallulah's, Townhouse, Bella Piatti LLC, Brooklyn Pizza, Dick O'Dowd's, Fleming's, Hyde Park, Market North End, Lincoln Yard, Springdale, Daxton Hotel, Townsend Hotel, Bell Bistro, Casa Pernod, Elise Mediterranean, Forest Grill, La Strada, Phoenicia, Sidecar Seafood, Social Kitchen, Terra Kitchen, Whistle Stop.
And?
Oh, you want me to? Okay.
Yes.
And to make a motion adopting a resolution to set public hearings on Monday, March 10th, 2025, to consider whether the City Commission should file objections with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission for the renewal of licenses held by the following establishments that are in violation of Chapter 10 alcoholic liquors of the city code, and they are 220 Merrill and Zana. And further to direct the city manager to notify the owners and operators of licensed establishments for which a public hearing is set via first-class certified mail to inform them of the public hearing date set for March 10th, 2025 at 7:30 p.m. and inform them that they may submit any written material for consideration by the City Commission prior to or at the time of the public hearing, that the licensee or council of licensee may appear at the hearing in person or via Zoom, and that the licensee or council of licensee may present witnesses or written evidence for the City Commission to consider at the public hearing.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second?
Well, actually, a friendly amendment, too.
Okay.
Commissioner Host said sidecar seafood, not street side seafood, when he was making his
Okay.
motion. So if it's acceptable to Commissioner Host, I think he meant to say street side seafood.
Thank you.
Okay.
Quick question.
So we have a motion, second on motion, comment on the motion?
Just a quick question. Would you like us to just make reference to the tabulated establishments? How would you like it? Because they're written there underneath it. Do we need to make a reference to it in some way, shape, or form?
No, I think the motion is
Okay, that's fine.
understood.
I just wanted to check. Thank
Okay.
you.
So any other commissioner comments on the motion? Commissioner Ball?
Just a quick comment that usually this is the time when we hear about how all the bistros have violated, and we didn't hear any of that, so thank you, good work.
Thank you, Mr. Dupuy. Commissioner Host?
I'm very proud of this report from the fire department and the police department's view, as these two appear to be the ones that we need to have a public hearing on.
All right. Any public comment on the motion? You can come to the microphone and state your name and address and make your comment. Or any public comment online on the motion, use the raise your hand function. I see none in the room and none online, so we'll bring it back to the commission. And Ms. Bingham, ask you for a roll call vote.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
Yes.
Mayor Therese Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Haig.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long.
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerine.
Yes.
Thank you. We now move to new business item C, resolution to approve the updated Birmingham Community and Senior Center project vision, goals, and objectives. And that is Ms. Ecker. Thank you.
Yes. Well, as all of you know, there was originally a vision, goals, and objectives that were put together for this project back in March 2024, back when the ad hoc senior/recreation center committee was created, and this is what they had put forth. As you know, since then, a lot has happened, a lot of discussion has taken place, and at your last meeting on January 27th, this commission decided to pass a resolution to approve a new name. Instead of senior/recreation center, you decided to call it the Birmingham Community and Senior Center. With that new terminology for the name and a lot of the discussion that's happened, we felt it would be important to update the vision, goals, objectives, et cetera, for this particular center. And so at the February 5th meeting of the Senior Center Committee, which was last Wednesday, they took a stab at what the currently approved goals and objectives are, and the vision statement, and then they made some changes. So the changes proposed before you tonight are to update the fact that we're not calling it a senior/recreation center, we're calling it a community and senior center. Also to indicate that the City Commission has agreed that it will be a new building, not renovated. At the time, it was new or renovated, so we removed that language and updated some other terminology throughout. In addition, they felt it would be helpful to add an implementation strategy to that as well. Tonight at your places, you'll see that there's a clean copy of the language with the changes if you need it, and I'm happy to answer any questions, and we do have, or at least we did have, some committee members here, although Mayor Pro Tem Baller and Commissioner Long are also on that committee. But this is the updated version that was approved by the Ad hoc Senior Center Committee and recommended to you for approval tonight.
Commissioner Hay.
Why are we doing it C and then D? Why are we not doing D and C? Because if we agree to C, then that predetermines some of the factors in D. If you read through the red line, it's making a statement of what will be there.
We can change the order, but I think that the commission was very clear in the past with your past motion that you approved of a 44,500 to 49,000 square foot new building that would include a pool.
The other, I think, significant language is that we've eliminated the words permanent home for next and instead saying facility suitable for the long-term operating space of the city's long-term provider of senior services, which was a point of contention at the last meeting. But these are vision, goals, and objectives, not factual things that absolutely will happen. It is a vision and a goal. So, and this was approved by the committee,
Ad hoc committee, yes.
by the ad hoc committee with this language, so. So we can either act on it, we can pend it, or we can change it.
I'm happy to make a motion. There's no more discussion.
Do you have any other concerns? Commissioner Host.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to go on the record and say, if we're going to vote on C and D here, I'm going to vote no. If you needed further evidence that our community and senior center deliberations are out of control, consider the fact that tonight we're being asked to approve a resolution establishing goals and objectives, and at the very same time, we're being asked to approve a building's programming. These resolutions were drafted before the workshop we just came through. Now, some of us have dismissed the concern that we're moving too fast and offering the old saw, and I quote, "Sometimes you have to build the plane while you're flying it," unquote. But with all due respect, that only makes sense when you can afford the parts and you know where you're flying. As I said at our last meeting, I think this is being rushed, this whole project. The sequence of the project is out of whack. And I continue to feel strongly that whatever building we're asking the residents to pay for must have only one entrance with one sign over the front door, and it should read, in this case, the Birmingham Community Center, excuse me. Insisting upon two entrances with segregated foyers convinces me that we still haven't found a way for these two uses, and one of them is the senior center and the other one is the YMCA, to work well in our building. My no votes are the best way to say slow down.
Thank you, Commissioner Host. Any other comments? Commissioner Emmerine.
I'll just add on, I do not think this is going too fast. I actually think this is going at the speed that it should be going. Everyone's moving forward. I'm seeing things moving forward constructively and in a proper fashion. This thing we're looking at right now, item 8C, vision statement, goals and objectives, was formulated months ago, and now we're just revising it. So this isn't putting the cart before the horse. This is the first thing that this commission, before I was on the commission, set forth. Now we're revising it because the chessboard has changed, as Commissioner Long likes to say, and I agree with him. So I have no objection to this. I think this is wonderful. I think now is the appropriate time to do it before we get to item 8D. And I agree with what the ad hoc committee discussed on this. I'm fully in support of this.
Commissioner Hay.
Just a question on the wording in implementation strategy number 1. And I'll read it for the benefit of everybody. Develop and construct a facility which optimally enables the provision of 1. Senior services to residents of Birmingham and surrounding communities through NEXT. Where's the part in that sentence that explains that the surrounding communities are supporting NEXT as well? Because the way it reads to me, without being an attorney, is that we're providing services to surrounding communities, but there's no support from the surrounding communities. It just seems to miss that part of the puzzle for me. It's not that we don't want to support senior services, because I've been on record many times trying to correlate this to the services my mother receives back where I grew up, and that I think it's phenomenal. But we're not providing it for everybody else at our cost, and this was a point made by a few people earlier today.
Ms. Ecker.
Well, I think I hear what you're saying. I think the wording here is develop and construct a facility which enables the provision. It doesn't say we're providing the services to all of the other neighboring communities. To your point, could we wordsmith it a little bit? Sure.
I think it would benefit from a little bit of modification there to make sure that surrounding communities understand that there is an onus on them to provide equal levels of support. Some way, shape or form. They need to have some very clear statements that they will put on paper through resolutions or what have you that can be brought to us to say, yes, we are supporting, not just, oh yeah, we'll up the amount that we pay, which we've seen some of that before. But I'd like to see clear, firm statements from them saying, yes, we are in this party with all of you as well.
Well, I do think that that's the intention of updating the interlocal agreement with the other communities, is to make sure that everybody understands that they're going to up their contributions to Next as well in the other communities. I don't think this is necessarily the place for it in the vision, goals, and objectives from the city's
No,
point of
not
view.
that level of granularity. I absolutely agree with you. I just was a little concerned about it doesn't leave, again, not being a lawyer, doesn't leave enough wiggle room for me to put the pressure back on them, because they could almost rock back in their chairs and go, hey, you said you were going to do it for us.
Facility.
Hey, you said you were going to provide a facility for us. We don't have to do anything.
Correct.
That's my concern with it. They want to be participants. Put your money where your mouth is.
Commissioner
May I
Long.
make a suggestion to address that?
Thank you.
What if we put senior services to residents of Birmingham and participating surrounding communities?
Like I said, I'm not a lawyer, you are. If you think that puts enough onus on them, I'm comfortable with that. Just want to make sure that they understand that they have to play along with us
Ms.
as well.
Kucharik, would you opine?
Yes, I think that there's going to be so many other, I think we could add the word participating. I don't think that this is the paragraph that's going to define our obligations. Our legal obligations are going to be defined through legal agreements.
That's fine.
The word participating can't hurt, to your point. But we're going to be covered with so many other documents, our interlocals, our lease agreement, our operational agreement to define our roles, responsibilities, duties, et cetera.
Then call me pedantic and dotting I's and crossing T's.
You always are, Commissioner Haig. That's why we love you.
I'm fine being called
All right.
pedantic.
So, so we have a suggested revision of participating surrounding communities. Any other comments at the commission level about this updated vision, goals, and objectives? None? Do we have anyone like to make a motion?
I'll make a motion, if I may.
Certainly.
I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to approve the updated Birmingham Community and Senior Center vision, goals, and objectives with the addition of the word participating in the implementation strategy paragraph after and before surrounding.
All right. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second from Commissioner Haig. Commissioner, comment on the motion? Public comment on the motion?
Good evening. Paul Reagan, 997 Purdy Street. I apologize for my hoarseness. If you can't hear me, just let me know. You know, I speak to a lot of my friends about my vision, my fervent wish to live in Malibu. There is a home that I can see in Malibu. It's on a cliff. Looking down on the surf, there's some walkways that go in. It's absolutely stunning. I just can't afford it. I want it. I can see it. I really should have it. I just can't pay for it. At your last meeting, you were asked to greenlight a May special election. I made these recommendations. Forget about a May special election. Any $30 million bonding request for a senior center or a recreation center or a community center, whatever you end up calling it, has zero chance of passing in May, August, or November. Zero. Stop telling Next you're going to give them a new $30 million home, essentially rent-free forever. You don't have that money, and the Birmingham taxpayers who already feel overtaxed have far greater priorities, and they're not going to give it to you. And instruct your ad hoc committee to explore alternative options that live within the scope and capacity of the general fund and require no additional bonding. You made a good decision when you said no to this May special election. And I think tonight you've been asked, blink, don't overthink it. Well, I'm asking you to, wait, maybe you should overthink this. I think the public's going to ask you to think about it. You're continuing to race down a path that leads only to more wasted dollars, inevitable failure, and eroding public confidence in you. So how did we get so far off course? Mistakes were made from the start. With flawed assumptions regarding the needs of Next and the suitability of 400 East Lincoln, the possibility of other options and broader priorities of residents. And no fiscal discipline was allowed into the discussion. The good news is, it's not too late to get back on course. As I recommended at the last meeting, let's go back to the start. Reboot. Put a hold on the renderings, like we saw tonight. Answer the threshold question that was never adequately addressed. Here it is. Are there better options than 400 East Lincoln to meet Next's and the residents of Birmingham's needs? Are there better options? With an open mind, commission a market study, including Birmingham, Bingham Farms, Beverly Hills, and Franklin, to better understand what suitable properties are available and what they cost in today's post-COVID commercial real estate environment. Bring in some fresh, professional eyes. Come back down to earth and identify and compare other solutions to the unaffordable, unsupportable option you've been discussing tonight. If your study brings you back to 400 East Lincoln, take a serious look at renovation. Get a second opinion that corresponds to realistic budget constraints. And here's one more question to be answered. Who will be the biggest loser if we don't change course? Next will be. So for Next's sake, and to preserve the public confidence, don't waste the time now, and a failed bond request to deal with the reality. I look forward to having further discussions with you. I might add one further thing. I spent the better part of a day looking at the Kramer report, which is part of your packet. It's the spreadsheet. I analyzed the hours and the square footage. And so you know, in commercial real estate leasing, there is a metric. Who knew? It's called occupant hours per square foot. You take the number of square feet being occupied and the number of hours that you're in them, multiply them, and you get an intensity of use. Coded those numbers. Looking at those spreadsheets, I recoded those numbers. It took the better part of a day to do it, better part of an afternoon. The one thing that I jumped out of the Kramer report that's most notable is that Birmingham, in its usage of that facility that's being planned, only gets at 44% of the space usage. 44%. It's just a question. Look at it. We're thinking about spending $30 million minimum to use 44% of the space. You're going to ask the Birmingham taxpayers to ante that up. And who's going to be in the building the rest of the time? Thanks.
Thank you. Any other public comment?
Hi, George Dogart. I'm very supportive of the project, and I won't take up a lot of time tonight. I think too much time has been spent on the negative on this, and this is an excellent project with Newman Smith has done great work the last couple of months, and we are on track with this project. And I've repeated this a number of times, and I'm going to repeat it again. The cost to the household in Birmingham on this project is $212 a year on this project. So get real. We're talking about dinner for 4, no drinks, one time a year. So don't be intimidated when you hear a lot of negative comment. The people of Birmingham want a comprehensive situation where they have a community center, senior services, and the Y, and just understand that situation and be positive.
Thank you. Any other public comment in the room? Any public comment online? All right, so we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Aye, opposed.
Thank you. All right, now we move to item D, resolution to approve and concept the draft building program. And we have Newman Smith.
Did I take over correctly? It said if I plug in, it will take over.
It did not, but if you can just go down in the main monitor to the page of the agenda where it is, and you can see each of yours slide by slide. Or did you have a different presentation?
I'll need to be able to zoom in and look at this. Yeah.
Okay. I don't
Sorry
know if
about
I'm
that,
the
guys.
best person for this, but.
Brent's coming up.
Oh, Brent's coming.
Okay, we need Brent.
I would give it a shot. Yeah, phone a friend. Phone an IT friend.
Right. I asked him if this would work, trust me.
Is it plugged into the one that says plug in your laptop?
Actually, it is.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I have it unplugged in. Yeah. So, hi, Jim Stock, Newman Smith, back once again. Thank you. Tonight we're going to talk about the architectural program. And what is an architectural program? So it is a detailed document that outlines the spatial requirements for a building. It serves as a guide to the design process, developed in collaboration with users such as Next and the Y, to ensure that it meets the needs of all community members. That work? There we go. All right.
Thank you, Brent.
Thank you, Brent. Give me a hand.
Yeah.
What is it not? It's not a detailed design or a set of architectural drawings. It's not about the specifics of how a building will look or the technical details of construction. Can the size of an architectural program fluctuate? Yes. It's a flexible document. It's a guide that evolves throughout the life of the project. Its size can fluctuate as user needs, the budget, considerations, site constraints, as we know, or building code regulations change during the design and construction phases. So when we're doing this, how do we start? Where do we start? Well, we had a few variables that were established. Let me zoom up to those for a second. So we had a few room areas that were already established. We knew how big the gym needed to be, right? 7,200 square feet. We understand how big the pool needs to be at 5,300 square feet.
We understand the size of the lockers that want to be within this building, 2,500 square feet. We knew that the Next needed approximately a 1,200 square foot living room. That's what they have today. We're replicating what they have today. Works well for Next and their staff. We know that there are wellness areas within the building. We knew the administrative areas for Next, Y, in the city of Birmingham. We understand those components of the administrative areas and the entry lobbies. And we knew how big the YMCA wellness component needed to be at 5,085 square feet, and how big a Next fitness area needed to be. So the one missing link that we had is how many multi-purpose rooms we needed and how big those multi-purpose rooms needed to be. So what we did is we developed a schedule exercise. Now, this is hypothetical. It's an exercise to understand how many rooms we needed and how large these rooms needed to be. So with the help of both YMCA and Next, we developed a schedule. And we understood the days of the week classes occur and for how long. And we overlaid that over the Next requirements, working with them. So Monday through Friday, Saturday and Sunday, every day of the week. And so that's where we started. By doing that and understanding the different program types, meaning an art class, meaning a fitness class, they have different square footage per occupant requirements. And we knew the proposed occupants of these rooms, so we can start to size these rooms. Okay? Desired occupancies and durations, we're able to determine the number and size of all the multi-purpose rooms. Further analysis revealed class occupancy also allowed us to recommend that several multi-purpose rooms be equipped with operable partitions, meaning we can make the room smaller to serve a certain class size, but also put another class on the other side of the partition, thereby making the space more flexible. So now we're going to get a little in the weeds with the schedule itself. And I'm going to start up at the top at the key. There's lots of color on this schedule, but it was necessary to understand the different types of spaces that were required and how they were used. So starting first in blue, those are Next programs, and you must be a member of Next to use these programs. In light blue represents the Next future programs. Then we move to the YMCA programs in purple, and you must be a member of YMCA to attend those classes. Light purple, these are the future classes that they foresee offering at the new center. We've identified in green senior fitness programs, which can be shared by Next and YMCA, and this is a collaboration that they're working on right now. And let me also mention, this was not done in a vacuum. We've spent probably a total of 8 hours together going over the programmatic requirements and the schedules that are developed. So we're working together on this as well. In Goldenrod, we have Next and YMCA programs for community members. You do not have to be a member of Y or Next to enjoy these programs. YMCA Youth Basketball, for example. You pay a fee, you play basketball. You don't have to be a member of Y, for example. So those are offered for the entire community for a fee to play. Where I have a, beneath that, where it's kind of shaded a little blue and goldenrod, that represents Next programs that are also currently offered. You don't have to be a member of Next. Pay a fee and you can attend a class. Okay? Next to that, on the bottom, with a little purple and a little goldenrod, again, these are programs offered by Next. You can walk in, pay a fee, and take a class. Then in light yellow is all the available times available for community programs throughout the building in community rental use, bridal showers, Boy Scout troops, meetings, things like that. You can use the center. And then lastly, we have Orange, which is open gym, open pool to be able to be used throughout the center. So graphically, what we wanted to try to show you is the number of programs that both these organizations are offering the community with this. Okay, so we can start to see it Monday through Friday and even on the weekends. But before we even dive into this, I want to talk to you a little bit about some data. So he says hourly program analysis. So we said propose operating hours 6 a.m. to 11 p.m. Monday through Sunday, reflecting 17 hours a day, 7 days a week. That's 119 program hours a week. Okay? When we did this analysis, we calculated the following rooms: 6 multi-purpose rooms, the gymnasium, we can split it in half, so that's both sides, and then a pool. So 119 weekly hours times 9 rooms is 1,071 available program hours during one week. Adding both YMCA and Next Up, we have 428 current program hours that both the YMCA and Next currently offer today. They propose an additional 67 program hours moving forward with the creation of the center. Breaking it down, the YMCA has 226 current programming hours today that they offer. They believe they'll be able to offer additional 69 future programming offers when the center is in use. Next offers current program hours of 202 hours, and they'll be able to offer 14 additional. Right now we have 18 hours of shared and Next YMCA programming represented in the green color. We have proposed Next and YMCA program for community members represented in the goldenrod color of 18 hours. Open gym and pool, 12 hours in orange. And available hours for City of Birmingham use, that's really undefined. Rentals, Boy Scout troops, meetings, 493 hours available. Okay? Any questions so far before we go on? So then, okay, let's move on. I'm going to try to make this as large as humanly possible. There's a lot of information on here, guys. Sorry. Multipurpose room number 1. We call this the Art Intergenerational Kitchen Center. Imagine this being glued next to the kitchen. So perhaps you have a cooking class, teen class that does a little cooking perhaps. So imagine those 2 rooms kind of move together. Okay? So you can start to see the programs that Next offers. Next offers for an additional, not necessarily membership, but additional fee. And you can take streaming knit studio, art therapy knit studio. So a number of programs you're able to take within the building, within multipurpose 1. Imagine this being a room that might have a concrete floor, maybe a sink in it to clean up after art, but it's very flexible. This is where all those art type classes might be within multipurpose room number 1. So we tended to group all those art type classes within this room itself. Multipurpose room number 2 is smaller, knowing that these are smaller type classes that may want to be offered in this room. Dementia support, for example, meditation, writers group, things like that. You can start to see there's a number of classes and programs that Next offers that really fills out this room moving forward. I also would like to mention that multipurpose room numbers 2 and 3 are more hospitality-like. These rooms have dividable walls. We're able to use both these rooms at one point. Maybe we can accommodate 100 people there for a speaker, a lecture, for example. It has better acoustics, might have carpet, feels a little more hospitality-like within the building. Next is able to attract a higher level of speaker or lecturer because of these facilities. Multipurpose room number 3 is a little bigger at 1,100 square feet, accommodating the larger groups, the larger bridge groups, the larger lecture groups, the book clubs, things like that. They take up more space. There's 48 people playing bridge at a 4-person table. You need to be able to get around these tables if you're in a wheelchair or in a walker, for example. Requires a little bigger room. We come to a bigger room, multipurpose room number 4. This is for 50-plus occupants, 2,200 square feet. These are some of the larger fitness classes that the YMCA may hold. At 1 o'clock or 2 o'clock, there might be a chair yoga class from Next, or a line dancing class. They need a bigger area to use that as well. During the evening, you might have combat and body pump. I'm not even quite sure what the combat piece is, but I'm sure it's a fun class. We get into multipurpose room number 5. We get into some of the smaller fitness classes, cycling, yoga, personal training classes, yoga classes, core yoga classes, and many of the Next fitness classes as well. Zumba, cardio drum, bar classes. And then we get to multipurpose room number 6. Also having a dividing wall, being more flexible in terms of its use. Right? This is very closely shared between Next and Y in terms of the Tai Chi classes and the Pilates classes, music therapy classes, ping pong even, for the folks in Y. I'm sorry, in Next, rather, and martial arts later in the day. So with that information, we start to understand how many, it's the last variable that we need. We understand that we need 6 multipurpose rooms of differing size, the fact that we can start to break these down, and that's the last piece of puzzle really that we needed to complete our program. So that being said, let's move into the program. I'm going to zoom in so we can start to see that. So this administrative area is not meant to be all offices. It's meant to be a combination of offices. There's only 6 offices, actually. The rest are workstations. This is a shared open concept, meaning that I don't go through a door to get to Next. I don't go to a door to get to the Y or the city of Birmingham. They share this administrative area. So I'm able to walk over to Jana's desk. I'm able to walk over to Mary's desk, and all in environment. They share a workroom, for example. They share a mail area. Copies, you can key a copy machine in. You can develop your copies that way. We can share these types of resources. They can share a kitchenette, for example. The only offices that we have are for the Next executive director and the finance, and then 4 people share 2 offices within Next. We get to the YMCA. The rest are in 36 square feet workstations. Staff assistants within Next, program planners, office supervisors, those are all in workstations. We start to get to the YMCA executive director. There's an office there, and the business office. They handle money. It's financial. They get an office. It can be locked and secured. The rest of the folks, member experience, directors and managers and welcome center supervisors, they would be in workstations. Aquatic director would be in a workstation. Then they've asked for flex hoteling stations, so those are a little smaller. It's really a desk. Someone that comes in to visit from the regional, or even summer help with the summer programs. So imagine this is one big space to be used. Parks and Rec has an office, rest are in workstations, there's 4 folks there, rental coordinator, but they also have a small conference room that they can share together, a 10-person conference room. They share kitchens, kitchenettes, copies, but they do have their own, Next has their own file room and a storage room for loaner items, which is lockable. YMCA is so nice that they've only asked for 3 lockable cabinets, and we can put them in a wall somewhere. We don't need a room. So we really looked at ways that we can start to combine space and be efficient with how the administrative functions of this building would occur. Some of you will note that we have a grossing factor on this administrative area of 1.3. Because of all the workstations, I need to be able to move within this office area. So let's talk about net to gross space real quick. Let's take one step back and talk about net space. Within this room, let's say this room is 600 square feet net. Okay? I still need to be able to get from the front door, up a stair, down a corridor, and into this room. So I have a grossing factor. Okay? We say gross square footage is if I shrink wrap this building. That's a gross square footage. This is net square footage. We need to, even though the existing Y right now is, let's call it 43,000 square feet, that's a gross square footage. Okay? If we did a net square footage, we're probably down at 28,000 square feet, or even less. Square footage that we can actually use. Okay? That's what we're talking about. So when we talk about grossing factors, I need to be able to get from one office to another office and move around workstations in this administrative area. And that's the only place where we apply the departmental grossing factor. Next, we start to catalog the lobby, the living room of the Next, and the library. So within the living room, they'd ask for a small library and 3 open computer workstations because people come and visit them. They'll check their email, they don't have a printer, they don't have a dedicated PC or laptop at home. So that's what they do. With that, there's a small cafe area, 150 square feet. The Next also has, as you know, a number of wellness programs that they promote. 150 square feet for a small wellness room, and a larger wellness room of 350 square feet. That's in conjunction with the Henry Ford to kind of promote these health programs that they simply can't accommodate right now. Then somewhere in the building we'll have some vending machines. One piece of the program that did not rise to the top in terms of amenities offered within the building is Child Watch, for example. But this is something that's crucial to the YMCA's program. Just the other day, Kelly told us there's 23 kids in their Child Watch, just so parents can work out. So this is something that's required to make the building work for the Y. Locker rooms at 2,500 square feet. So we see these as being more of a universal type locker room, which I'll explain in much greater detail when we start getting into test fits. But imagine a locker room that's not necessarily family men's, women's. We can all use a locker room in individual what we call cabanas. So in these cabanas, they might have a sink, they might have a shower, and they might have a toilet. So I can bring my family in, I can shower, I can put my stuff into a locker. Or they might have individual changing areas. If I just need to change out of my street clothes, put a pair of shorts on and shoes, I can do that into a small changing area, put my stuff in a locker. So we're saving a great amount of space. We're half of where we were originally from the previous program with this locker room. So it's a big savings here. We get to the gymnasium at 7,200 square feet. That is a full-size basketball court, 2 courts turned sideways, and 3 pickleball courts. For the low price of for 1,000 square feet more, we can make the gym a little bigger and get 4 pickleball courts in, just as a point of reference. above the gym, we see a suspended walking or running track. So that would be above the gymnasium itself. We get into the YMCA YMCA Wellness Center that has their cardio, their strength areas of 5,085 square feet. The next has asked for a senior fitness room of about 1,500 square feet. Picture this as like a hotel type fitness area. Might have a few treadmills, a few recumbent bikes, maybe there's a multi-machine in there. So it's a smaller type fitness area. We come to the pool at 5,300 square feet. That is a 5-lane pool, 25 yards in length. Of course, pools have storage rooms that we need to accommodate, and also this is where the aquatics manager would live, and the lifeguard. We start getting into the 6 multi-purpose spaces that we spoke of earlier, and we've assigned storage rooms to all these multi-purpose rooms. Storage is critical, we've found, to be able to stow tables and chairs away, exercise equipment, BOSU balls, things like that. And of course, we get into the kitchen. So it's we haven't programmed the kitchen out. We have about 1,000 square feet. It's for Meals on Wheels prep, perhaps doing a little culinary teaching, during the week, things of that nature. So that being said, we come and we have a total building net square footage of 38,380. But remember, we have to get from the front door to the fitness room. We have toilet rooms that we have to account for. We have wall thicknesses that we need to account for. We have plumbing chases that we have to account for. So what we do as architects, as a general rule, is we apply a grossing factor of roughly 30%. And that starts to get us to accommodate mechanical rooms, electrical rooms, janitor's closets, toilets, stairs, corridors, wall thicknesses, and things like that. So at the end of the day, remember this is a guide, this isn't set in stone, we're at a building at roughly 49.9 as a program. So I didn't go over every space in the schedule exercise, but you can start to understand how we arrived at these spaces and how many that we need. So, any questions, any thoughts? Have we missed anything?
I'm sure there are more questions than you're going to want to answer.
That's okay.
But we'll start with the commission and then we'll go to the public. Commissioner Emmerine.
I think I'm restating something that was said at the ad hoc committee, Jim, but I think it's important to say it here. You're not a programmer. You're not a scheduler, and the schedule that's in here is not a schedule.
That's correct.
It's a tool used by you as an architect to help us size the building. Correct. Right?
You are correct.
Okay. So I just wanted that kind of restated here. There was lots of discussion about that at the ad hoc committee.
Yeah, it's an exercise.
It's an exercise. I did have a question on your chart, and I think Mr. Scher mentioned this during the ad hoc committee, was on the grossing factor.
Sure.
And I'm not sure I understood the grossing factor on the administrative area. I understand the grossing factor on the building overall. My question is are we adding a grossing factor on a grossing factor, and is that appropriate? We gross up the administration building 30%, the administration area,
Yeah,
and then you gross it up again later.
Yeah, that's correct.
Is that appropriate?
Yeah, that is appropriate.
Okay, that's all I wanted to know.
I heard that answer.
I did not hear that.
The 1.3 grossing on the administrative area is internal circulation between desks and cubicles.
Correct.
And then the other grossing factors for wall thicknesses.
And,
Yeah, I have to get to
external
that.
corridors and stairs.
Yeah, I have to get to that area, right? I need to be able to get to the building, get to that admin area, for example.
So it is not duplicative, though it looked like
No.
that on paper.
And then one more thing, Jana, if you could remind us, this chart says 49,000, I forget the exact number. What did the commission talk about previously? What was the direction for this whole committee in terms of square footage? What was that range?
The commission's direction was to plan for a new building between 44,500 square feet and 49,000 square feet in total size, with a maximum budget of $32 million.
So aside from the budget, in terms of square footage, this puts us at the upper end of the range.
This
but
puts
it's
us at
right-
the upper end.
But it's right there.
With a cushion, the 30%, I shouldn't say a cushion maybe, correct me if I'm using the wrong words, but with that 30% grossing factor, that's kind of a conservative number of the most we would need. So first of all, you could shrink down some of these proposed usages or rooms, and or the grossing factor, we might not need this much square footage to get to all of these once they actually start to lay out a floor plan.
Okay.
But it's well within the range. And if you recall, the NOR report started at 73,000?
No, 73.
73,000, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm happy to.
So if I can just say here, yes, 73,980 is what was recommended by the NOR report. That was then based on all of the discussions with the commission and the public. That was downsized after Kramer came on board, and we did internally between Kramer and the city a study to recommend other options that were much smaller in size, and then I think we got down to 53, and now, of course, what we're dealing with, 44.5 to 49,000.
And then I don't know who this question's directed to, whether it's Jim or Jana or the next or YMCA, but this basically fits. This is everything that they asked for, essentially, plus the community. It's not just
Correct.
Next and YMCA, the community is in
It's
here.
also the community, correct.
And then, so this model looks like it works.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Those are my questions or comments. Thank you.
Commissioner Long.
I want to reiterate what Commissioner Emmerine clarified, because I think it's worth repeating. And it's worth repeating because I didn't understand it when I was at the ad hoc meeting last Wednesday that I unfortunately had to leave early from. This is a exercise to try and figure out, from an architect's standpoint, how big of a building we may need as a starting point. It does not mean we're going to end up at 49,000 square feet. It does not mean that and I want to make sure that nobody's going to point back to this and say, but I thought that Next was going to get, or that the Y was going to get, programming-wise. We are not approving this from a programming standpoint. And I want to make sure it's stated clearly, publicly, this is not what the programming is necessarily going to look like, or even look like. This was done as an exercise. The reason why I say it is because if you go to the hourly programming analysis, and I'm a member of the public, and I look at this, and I'm like, it's a community center, and we have 12 hours a week of open pool. I have a problem with that. And I think other members of the community might as well, if we're going to do this as a community and a senior center. So this is all to get to the end of the exercise, not to plug in programming or even draft programming. Is that a fair statement?
I would say absolutely.
That's correct. It's literally, and this commission has had this discussion in the past. We want a program, we want a program, we want a program. So they literally took what all the Next programs are, what all the YMCA programs are, and they overlaid them, as we did internally back in October, to make sure that we can accommodate all of the programs that are out there, as well as future expansion, as well as community uses. To your point about the block hours for the pool, you can see that there is any number of hours of pool availability where there's nothing going on in the pool that could be available to the community at large. We're not saying the community pool time is going to be Tuesday from 2 to 4. We're saying we know what we need, and do we have enough room to accommodate all of the users? Yes, we do.
And moreover, this is not saying that Next is going to have the pool based upon this programming, this I don't even want to say exercise.
Right.
All day on Tuesday. I'm not saying it does, just as an example.
Correct.
We may chop that up. We may have the community have 2 hours, then we may have next have 2 hours when we get to the programming, which is why we have the YMCA as part of this, and I'm glad you're here. Because they are experts at programming, and when we get to that stage, they're going to help us with that, along with the staff, along with everybody else. So I just want to make sure that's clear, and I'm saying it because I didn't understand it at the last meeting.
And if I could clarify to make it very simple, you need to know you're buying a house, how many bedrooms do you need? You're not determining who's going to use the bedroom, what hours of what day, and, you know, that kind of thing.
Or how many cars do you need to park in the garage? And, you know, it's a,
Or who's parking where?
yes, it's a space planning exercise. Right. All right. Commissioner Haig, you.
Just a correction on the statement of the size. When you said between the range, the latter part of the sentence that we gave at the time was to try and drive it down to the lower end of the range. And we always seem to magically come up to the top end of the range no matter what we do. I do see duplication, and I use that reservedly as an observation. What I've asked for in the past is to have focus on core principles, for want of a better phrase, core principles for the two proposed major users. And I see some deviation on at least one of them that puzzles me a bit, that is driving up space. And then to rather disingenuously say, oh, well, we can add 1,000 square feet for pickleball. I don't play pickleball. I know people that do. My mother-in-law plays it. But there are probably 20 to 30 pickleball courts within a 3-mile radius of this building. Quite why that has to be such a sticking point is beyond me, because it's a saturated market already. Just an observation there that just add 1,000 square feet. Well, that's adding a lot of money on top of things that do look as though there's some efficiencies to be gained, and we still are always at the top end of the range. I'm going to hold back on some other thoughts, because I think Commissioner Bala seems primed for something.
Right.
So.
I have a question, Jim, as long as we're,
Of course.
Commissioner Haig was at the pickleball courts. The elevated indoor walking and running track, does that work at the 7,200 square feet, or is that only at the 8,300?
No, it works at 7,200.
Okay, so that's either number of pickleball, yes, and yes. There are certainly a lot of pickleball courts that have varying levels of much higher expense to access, unfortunately, for some of these newer clubs, but, all right, Commissioner Baller.
Well, I have two questions. The first is about the kitchen.
Yes, sir.
You said it would be for Meals on Wheels, and I think that's the reason we want a kitchen there, right? And then we figured, well, if we're making it a community center, we can make it, we can have other stuff.
And there's a third use, which would be if you rented out some of the adjacent rooms, they would be more rentable for private parties and maybe like a Rotary event or something, if there was an adjacent kitchen.
And I think I could add to that, so you could make that accommodate catering carts. So you have a place where you could, within the kitchen, you're able to plug these carts in, you're able to finish plating, and then distribute it to multipurpose room number 3, for example. So that would be the touch point of where the caterer would arrive.
Got it. How big is this? How wide is this room? I'm going to say this room is roughly 30 feet.
6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 15, 18.
He did the same thing in architects' council.
Yeah, 30. It's about 30, 32 feet wide.
So imagine a kitchen 30 feet wide and then come 30 feet over to here. That's how big the kitchen is.
Yes, sir.
That's a pretty big kitchen.
Yep.
There's a letter, may I?
Yes, sir. Yes.
Started out as a Meals on Wheels kitchen. And then we found other uses for it because, what are you going to do with a kitchen that's 30 by 30? There's a letter from Next in our packet that says last year they did 2,880 Meals on Wheels. Is that correct? 5 days a week, 52 weeks a year. Just to Birmingham residents? Okay, how many Meals on Wheels, is that, what percentage of total? Because that's 11 meals a day. To Birmingham residents, how many go to?
We do about 26 meals a day.
26 meals a day. And you assemble them, it's not actual,
Correct.
Mayor?
Yes.
Okay, that's correct. You assemble the meals, you don't cook them. Okay. So my judgment, I'm just one guy, that's a pretty big kitchen. For any use.
And if I may add, that needs a further level of refinement. That's why we have a kitchen consultant, to understand those programmatic needs. How much layout space does Chris need for Meals on Wheels? How much space do we need for a walk-in freezer, walk-in cooler, for example? Do we need that type of refrigeration?
Okay.
So
But that's the number you're giving us. It
at
raises-
this point, correct.
It raises eyebrows. Raises my eyebrows.
Okay.
Now, I understand the exercise, and the exercise is more about hours than it is about where things go. I'm not 100% sure how this schedule you gave us accounts for things that are not weekly, but maybe monthly or every other week. I also don't know what is meant by current, so just as an exercise, I took Next's calendar, which is impressive. It has a ton of great stuff on it. But if you add up every day for 2 weeks in March, which I assume is current, you're looking at about 120 hours a week, not 202. I don't understand where that extra 80 hours came from. Can somebody explain that to me?
I would have to defer to Chris.
Okay.
Yes, please. No, please come to the microphone so we can all hear you. Thank you.
The March calendar is not up to date yet. I haven't loaded the new programming in yet. So if you'd looked at January, February, it would be more accurate. And those program hours aren't, what you're missing in that is how long the programs are running. They're not all 1-hour programs. So if you have pottery, for instance, that might run for 3 hours, it's listed as just one.
No?
No, I mean, it's listed as one entry in the calendar.
I added them up with the hours. If you'd like, we'll take our time, we can move on to other things, and I'll go back. You want me to add up February?
Well, if that's something you'd like to do now. We have
I would, because
297 programs in January, 267 in March. They don't all meet for an hour. Many of them meet for 2, 3, 4 hours.
No, but you have the number of hours here, so you have 9 to noon. So
Pardon?
you say the number of hours, 9 to noon, that's 2 hours, right?
If it's, yeah.
Or three, right. Okay, so my apologies. I will
Right, I
look.
just haven't, we're
I
just
will look
working
at-
on March and April right now.
Okay, I'll look at February, and we'll come back to that.
Okay. Anything else while I'm up here?
No, that was it.
Okay.
Other commissioner comments? Any public comments on the space planning exercise?
Brian Deming, Kramer Management, owner rep. One thing I'd like to say, as you guys have seen the progress of this program from the previous ones, is that both Next and YMCA came together working with Newman Smith, because if you looked at the previous program, each of them had some dedicated rooms that now are no longer dedicated, and that's what you're seeing in the multipurpose. So with the YMCA, there used to be a cycling room that was dedicated. Now they've moved into one of the multipurpose. Next had a dedicated art room. They had a dedicated computer room. The computer room has now been incorporated, and they're willing to incorporate that into their lobby area,
yep.
so like that. So I just wanted to point out that both groups were very cooperative in developing this from what we've had previously to reduce dedicated commitment to share the space.
And since you're both standing here. To address a concern that Commissioner Host had, I know you haven't designed yet, but does this building anticipate 2 entrances and 2 lobbies or not?
I mean, from the program standpoint, at this point, it's one entrance to the building.
Okay. Thank you. Other commissioner comments? Public comments on the space planning program in the room? All right, online we have KJHB. I believe that's probably Ms. Barrett. Is she unmuted?
She unmuted for a second and then, there we go.
Oh, there we go. She's unmuted.
Okay. This is past my bedtime, number one, but also, anyone who knows me knows will go down a rabbit hole for anything I'm interested in. So I've done all the analysis, going back to last summer, as far as next programming and why programming. And I can tell you, going 4 months from the summer, assuming that's a higher attendance rate and there's snowbirders in the winter, I'll look at programming for January and February. And the next programming, sorry, I keep glasses. The next programming for 202 hours is absolutely questionable. I would say it's more in line of 90 hours, and the future programming of 14 hours is simply not believable. And so from a stakeholder standpoint, if I see 1 or 2 misrepresentations, I have to question everything. So I look at the whole thing needs, as Bert Kozak said, needs an independent auditor to look at everything, because it's obvious what Next presented as their programming. I don't think is validated. And what that programming does is determine square footage. That square footage is 550 to 600 square feet. So everything that they say they have now, they're going to improve, they're going to increase. It increases parking, but it also increases costs. So when Next says they have programming of 202 hours, I question that. And I think it needs to be validated by an independent party, because it's costing only Birmingham residents to fund this.
And did you have any concerns about the Y programming from your analysis?
No, I didn't. I mean, it was pretty much the same. It was very obvious what they said they were going to add were added hours, because I've done every single program by hour, by day of both partners, if you will. And what they said they were going to increase is actually what they're going to increase.
All right, thank you. Any other comments online? Any other comments in the room? All right, Ms. Braun, you wanted to respond?
I do. We'll wait till I get to the microphone to do so.
Thank you.
I don't quite understand how somebody can come up with these conjectures without ever thoroughly looking at Next or coming into Next. There are so many variables with our room usage. Let's just say we take the 5 classrooms we have. We're open 55 hours a week. You multiply that and it's 270. Let's just drop that down to we're only using 80% of our capacity. That's like 240 right there, and it's not even including the gym. So the programs you see online, or the ones that Mr. Stock has put up there, it doesn't include breaking down or setting up time. It doesn't not constitute the lingering time that people stay in the room and continue to talk. But our program, like I said, we're open 55 hours a week. We're busy almost all day, but let's just say we're not, 75% of the time. That's still well over 200-plus hours before we even talk about the gym. So I am not accepting the notion that it's more like 80 or 90, because then we are really spinning our wheels and doing not a lot of good work at Next. So I disagree with that analysis.
And I think the one other thing perhaps you can opine on is your usage patterns are a little different than the Ys. The Ys may be more people coming in to do a thing, coming, taking a spin class, maybe having a child and child watch, maybe doing 2 classes and leaving. Whereas from what you've explained, you get residents who come and they pick classes to fill several hours in a day with their friends, and they stay the whole time.
That's correct.
And so even though they're still in the building somewhere doing something.
Correct.
Until they go home because it's their daily activity.
We have a very different user than the Y, which is why we complement each other quite well. And Parrish and I have sat down and talked about this numerous times. Our user is the person that has looking for socialization, and we are trying to meet the social emotional needs of all of our residents and all of our users. And it goes from whether it's light fitness to art to cards to lectures to lunches. I mean, all of that contributes to the well-being of your residents, senior residents. So it is a very different sort of user that uses Next. They do loiter. They're not in and out. They're not, trying to get to work or pick up their kids or things like that. So it is a very different user, and that it needs to be considered as well. Thank you for bringing that up.
All right, Commissioner Baller.
And we're just trying to deal with data here. This is not emotional. It's not a judgment about what Next does or doesn't do or how valuable it is or isn't. He's working with hours in the day. I just had time to look at 2 weeks in February, 129 the first week, 143 the second week. I don't think I'll go through. I don't know where we're supposed to get the data. It's only fair that the public be able to validate what you're telling him and he's telling us. That's my job. I represent the public. If your calendar isn't the way to validate it, tell me what the way is. Because I went through, I added up, that's all we're talking about here. And if he thinks there's more hours than there actually are, he's going to tell us we need a bigger building. Or we need 5 rooms or 6 rooms when we really only need 4 or 5, whatever. I don't know. That's it. I'm very frustrated. And if there's another way and it doesn't involve your calendar, there's something missing from your calendar, just let us know. But I did what you asked. I went back to February. I looked at 2 full weeks. I'm pretty good at math. I just went down, said 2 hours, 3 hours, 2 hours, 1 hour. I did the totals. There is no day that has 40 hours of programming, which is what? 202 divided by 5 is 40 hours of programming. There's not a single day you have 40 hours of programming. I am not saying that this commission is going to be unwilling to provide you with space to do the programs you want. We have to validate one more time, and then I'm going to shut up. We have to be able to validate what you tell him and he tells us. Otherwise, it's just numbers that don't add up.
I am happy to go back and go through that with you.
Don't go through it with me.
Or go through it with
the
Mr. Stock.
public, because the public wants to know. Because you got Christy Barrett and you've got other people. Your calendar's right online. It's all there.
I'm not sure it's all there. That's my point.
Okay,
So,
well,
there's programs that may or may not be there. I'll have to verify that.
well, I did not go through all the programs that are listed there because we were told that they may or may not be real programs.
They are
But-
real programs.
Well, there's some there that aren't you have oil painting as a current program. I'm not sure I found.
The current program, then that may not be running this session, like this month, but it will be running next month, and it probably ran last month. So all of our programs don't run all of the time.
But he's thinking they run not only all the time, but for an hour every week or 2 hours.
No, he's
every
not thinking
single
that.
week.
He's taking a slice of our programming and see if it'll fit. And if it's not oil painting on Tuesday at 4, it's pottery at Tuesday at 4, or it's something else at Tuesday at 4.
I still don't get it. I don't understand, is Parkinson's monthly or weekly? Because on your calendar, it's monthly, but on here, it's weekly.
No, on here is
Basketry.
1 week, is what he's saying. These are weeks that are on here.
Right. What's on there represents a block of time every week. He has no way, he has figured out, as far as I know, this is another question. Is there any way that you can take into account on that schedule a program that's only offered monthly, not weekly? Because the hours, it's obviously a lot fewer hours.
We have not done that analysis.
Again, what's not going to be what's not going to be in Parkinson's on that day will be something else the following week, because we'll have availability in that room.
Right, but the concern is that those things might be all shown individually on this schedule when they could be shared space rather than counting.
I understand your thought, but that's not what we came up with, and we can go through that again if you'd like.
I think it sounds like that validation is going to be necessary to convince the commission to look at, because there's no room that's labeled Parkinson/pottery/legal, because, it rotates. Because I think that the sense of the commission is that, just from the remarks I've heard already, that we would really like to be closer to 44 than 49, so.
We can look at that.
Yeah. Commissioner Haig.
Thank you.
Do you need me up here anymore?
You may want to stay there. Sorry. So I'm just going down through, and I'm just picking a few points, sort of similar to where Commissioner Balla was going. But when I look at the next programming, it's not actually 5 days, it's 4.5. And when I look at the vacancy on some of these rooms, it's quite large. And then I'm also trying to look at what's current versus future. For instance, if I pick multipurpose 1, which says Art Intergenerational Kitchen Center, there's 4 hours of cooking in 4.5 days, and only 2 of those are existing. We've got a 900 square foot kitchen being proposed right now.
Some of that is the why.
But it says cooking. We have a proposal for a 900 square foot kitchen, which I did my own benchmarking. That's double the size of the kitchen that most of the bistros in Birmingham have. They have to figure out how to handle 60 meals almost simultaneously. And by Commissioner Balla's maths, we're looking at wait a minute, Jim. We're looking at a lower number on the Meals on Wheels, which I know we'd like to be able to offer more. But I'm just picking that as one example of saying, you got 4 hours of cooking. Well, that's now in the kitchen. So now you've gone and taken effectively 1/2 of 1 day's programming out of 4.5 days, just with that one item. Then some of the other things, and I brought this up a few times, I want to focus on core. You mentioned, you said it, and I won't even try and reproduce what you said as to what next tries to achieve. Would you please, just for my edification, repeat what you said a few minutes ago about what next's core values are?
Our core value is to provide emotional, social, and mental, physical well-being for seniors. So that runs a gamut of activities and programs to reach seniors with a variety of interests. But it's primarily community, congregating, camaraderie, connection to the community, to each other, to prevent isolation, to prevent social, distancing, things of that nature.
Thank you. Those were the key things that I wanted to focus in on. So when I, again, look at some of the other programming opportunities here, and the space requests for them. If I just look, and again, Jim, I do apologize for bouncing backwards and forwards on this, but we do have a request here, for instance, for a Next Senior Fitness for 4.5 days for 1,500 square feet, immediately adjacent to what the Y does. I would look at something like that and say a dedicated fitness room for 1,500 square feet is rather, it's not really matching the core values of Next in a way that's compatible with the other participant in this building, who that's one of their core values. That's exactly what they do. They do programming for fitness. So I would look at something like this and say, that 1,500 square feet, it's off the table because there are blocks of time that can be set aside within the Y's programming, because it says open. The whole thing says open. There's no dedicated time in the Y, that there can be an agreement reached with them to say, you know what, if seniors don't want to be around, swole bro, fine. Let's say there's an hour block here, an hour block there, that it's dedicated for them to have quiet time to do what they want. And there are opportunities within that. So, again, it's starting to add up the little pieces to get to the sum of the whole, to try and come down to core values. Now, the core values that you mentioned about emotional support, togetherness, you've got a request for a 1,200, I think it's a 1,200 square foot foyer, and I've been to Next before, and I've seen that there are people sitting there playing cards and what have you. So do we need multi-purpose rooms for bridge games, or is that something that can be done in that foyer area? And again, it's reducing the size of the ask, because the ask is large. I made the point earlier about it. It always seems to magically go up to the maximum number. It's amazing. Whatever we set the maximum threshold for, it's everything grows to the max. It never goes down to the minimum. And I think that's sort of where Commissioner Ballard's also been trying to go, and the Mayor's been trying to go with. We've got to be careful about what everybody's asking for here, because this is a significant investment that's being requested. And I'm absolutely behind your core values.
Thank you.
I say it every time, and I will keep saying it. My mother benefits from a similar set of services. But it's the core principle, it's the togetherness, the mental well-being, etc. Focus on those.
I agree. To answer a couple of your questions, and we've discussed this before, bridge unfortunately cannot be done in our lobby because there's up to 50 people that play bridge at a time. Canasta, euchre, pinochle, yes, and they do, and that's for it. Our lobby now, as Mr. Stock also mentioned, we're putting our computer lab in there and our library and our lobby. So we're kind of combining all three of them, and I think we're going to be using that space, utilizing that quite a bit. So I agree with you. Could we probably shrink some of the multi-purpose rooms? I think we can look at some of those numbers, but most of the things we program forward now, which is why you see so many current programs versus, we just don't have the size rooms available, but with opening walls, that certainly helps that. I mean, we cap a lot of programs right now because of the size of our rooms, but opening walls, like I said, or dividing them can certainly help with that as well. And the fitness area is certainly up for discussion.
I use it as examples of focus on your strengths. Just like I looked to Mr. Underwood and the YMCA, they focus on some really strong strengths that they bring to the table that are they're admirable.
Indeed.
And that's where it's trying to figure out where the compatibility lies, because I think there is still way too much overlap in here. And the opportunity to do better is still on the table.
So,
and clearly he wants to have
I'd like the two of you to address the perception that classes are duplicative just because you both offer them, and the thought process that went into that green shared space.
Good evening, Parrish Underwood, President and CEO of the YMCA. I'm going to give my colleague a break because she's been standing at the podium dodging quite a bit. I have a great appreciation for really the direction that this conversation is going. If anyone has had an opportunity to come across me in the last 2 weeks, you will agree that I've been extremely outspoken, mostly trying to preserve the wise opportunity to fund the operational costs and to avoid redundant programming. I mean, if the person in the Kroger on Maple asked me anything about this project, I sort of went on a diatribe. I've been very, very, very outspoken. And then really something happened, and Chris is absolutely right. We've been talking primarily because I'm trying to preserve the opportunity for us to live amicably. But let me first say, you're dealing with two organizations that see thousands of people on a regular basis in separate facilities, coming together under one roof, in a sense. And so that square footage, I manage that building as inefficient as they come. 43,000 square feet, and Jim, you're absolutely right. We push it out to as far as we could, but probably not a square footage more than 28,000 square feet. And that's with us serving 2,200 households over the course of a year. But something happened. I popped up on Chris on Friday because I had some concerns related to the redundant programming of them venturing into health and wellness programming. The 1,500 square footage of wellness space gave me a great bit of concern. And what I saw on Friday afternoon was just really, really a robust operation, a ton of seniors in that facility having a great time. And as all of the pushback on my rhetoric related to why this is different, I began to see, in a sense. You know, we have a great opportunity as two organizations coming together to serve the community, the totality of the community. The reality of it is that there's a continuity between the Y member and eventually the next member, in a sense. We have health seekers that are probably a lot faster, quicker, docile, energetic, and you know, God bless them if they have a longer life, which is why we exist. They probably slow down, and when they slow down, next is probably much better suited for them than the Y. You're absolutely right. I'm not necessarily certain that you can mix both populations in the wellness center of the YMCA. And I'm almost certain that our members, be that 40, 50, 60, or 70, are likely not going to be in the wellness center of the next programming because of the type of equipment, because of the environment, and whatnot. I am less concerned, and this is coming from someone who yelled it from the tops of the mountains over the last couple of weeks. I am less concerned that the dedicated space for the next wellness program is going to infringe upon our ability to manage our business, in a sense. Most of this was driven by making certain that we could keep our commitment to fund the operation of the entire facility. I've been around this business for a long time, and I've seen a ton of folk through I mean, from cradle on up, in a sense. I'm a little bit more passionate because we get to a point where we value engineer ourselves out of oblivion, to oblivion. And it renders our opportunity to be successful today and tomorrow, and it sets up a dynamic and a problem. What I really am beginning to fully appreciate it, even though I appreciated it from day one, but it's becoming more clear, crystal clear, in fact, is that you have two legacy organizations within the community that have an opportunity to really serve every single individual. Next is very specialized because they're combating social isolation, and I saw that on Friday. I was really impressed. And I saw some Y members that were in there doing the same thing, but I get it. Some of these numbers scare me, and Kelly's going to have to figure out how she makes it work, but that's the beauty of collaboration. And I am almost certain that we'll have a conversation today, and tomorrow that conversation will change because this is going to unfold beautifully. And so I just wanted to give Chris a break from answering some of these because we are more aligned today than we probably were 2 weeks ago. We were aligned pretty well then until it became apparent that they needed space to really serve their population in a very comfortable manner around health and wellness. I can tell you the equipment that's likely to be in that room is not going to be the same equipment that we're going to be rolling out for a Y member, a community member, whoever we're looking to serve. And so I wanted to say this because I've talked to, again, I was the first person that raised my hand and said, that's encroachment, and that's going to erode our ability to serve and keep our commitment to making this project work. But I'm in alignment with the direction of where this is headed, and I needed to make good on that statement.
Any commissioners with questions for Mr. Underwood while he's, Mr. Ballard?
When are we going to get a presentation from you on all the great things that the Y can do for us?
So, in anticipation of that, because I know you mentioned it, Kelly and I talked about probably doing it at the next meeting, the month of February, and we would only require maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes with Q&A, but we'd be more than happy to do that at the pleasure of the commission. And I think that's necessary because, let me just.
Certainly.
It's the pleasure of the commission.
Yes, we would be delighted to have you present. As you can schedule it with the city manager.
Is it fair to say you would like next to do the same thing as well?
Yeah, sure.
A presentation, Mr. Underwood, about what you offer in Birmingham.
Sure.
Including all of your scholarship, summer, charitable activities, because you are certainly a valued organization. And I think any examples you can present about working with other organizations or being a tenant in a city facility from any other locations would also be welcome.
Yeah, absolutely. And I need to state that I will be doing this in partnership in concert with the executive director of the Birmingham Y, Ms. Kelly Stubbe, who's also a member of the ad hoc committee.
Certainly. All right. Mr. Emerine.
Maybe this is a comment or a question for Parrish, maybe for Chris, I don't know, but there was a comment at the ad hoc committee about wish list and how that is an inappropriate term potentially because it's, I think this is with regards to I think it was the next board member that mentioned this. This could be, you have the opportunity to serve better. You could do more things, and using the term wish list is inappropriate. Those additional things that you can't do now, you would be doing now if you had the facility and able to do that. So those aren't a wish list, and this is probably applicable to the Y as well. These are things that you could do if you had the building service. It's not a wish list. It's serving the population of Birmingham.
Right.
So I wanted to get that on the record here because that was said at the ad hoc committee. And not here, so.
And to that end, in both of your presentations, it would be useful to know what the utilization of your programming is. I believe I heard both of you say that you have many offerings that sell out and that have waiting lists, or that you said your online registration for classes book up like.
Sure.
And so that is a different kind of access to those facilities in that space than seniors are used to having at Next. The idea that they would have to go online and register for something to get into a wellness space is antithetical to the relationship that they have currently with Next. And so I would suggest that you put your heads together and give us individual and joint the fullest presentation that you can make.
And those wish list things, which are not wish list things, tell us about them.
Sure.
We cannot do this now, but we could if we had this, and that's what's in that program.
See you soon.
Yeah, but within all those constraints, I think the direction from the commission is do what you can to, drive the space down somewhat.
May I address that?
Certainly.
Okay. So right now, let's say if we want to be at 45,000 square feet.
Okay.
Simple number, driving it down. We're at 49.9 right now. We have 6,800 square feet of multi-purpose rooms. Okay? The difference between 49.9 and 45,000 is 4,900 square feet. That's what I would have to dump out. Okay? Remember, we have some variables that are set. Gym,
Right.
pool, locker, admin, things like that. So what am I targeting, essentially? I think you can all figure that out, what those spaces are that we need to target. That'll be the multipurpose rooms.
Or the
So-
difference between a 20 and a 30% grossing factor.
Can't make it work. I'll tell you right now, off the top, in the highest mountain, we cannot make this, if we're going to go lead on this, in this type of building, we cannot make a 20% grossing factor work.
That
Okay?
is,
Next, so if I may continue. So if I need to drop 4,900 square feet from this, minus 6,800 square feet of multipurpose rooms, that leaves me with one multipurpose room at 1,900 square feet. That doesn't even cover Y's large multipurpose room.
okay?
So I need direction on how to make this thing smaller by 4,900 square feet. And it's not going to happen with a smaller kitchen. Okay.
You have a comment, Mayor Pro Tem Bauer?
Yes, one of the data points we're missing is capacity participation. We have hours.
Sure.
But we don't know if 2 people are in there or
We do.
40 people are in there.
We know capacities.
Well,
Yeah.
you haven't shared them with us, so
Sure.
it's hard for us to give you
Right.
direction
Right.
without knowing, this is a roughly 1,200 square feet, this room.
With respect,
So this is the size room that you're contemplating for whatever. How many 1,200 square
roughly
feet?
1,100.
Which room is 1,100?
We have.
There's several. There's the next exercise fitness room. There's
1, 3, 5, and 6.
Yeah, those are 1,000 and 1,100 square feet. Yeah.
So how many, so give us those numbers. Tell us. Those next fitness classes, there are, 40 people in there. That you could fit 40 people exercising in this room, I think. But if there's only 20, do you really need, I don't know. I'm not the expert in this.
If I may add to that, that's why we are dividing some of these rooms, to accommodate dual usage within one room. That's exactly why we did it. Because we know that 12 people doing Zumba doesn't take up 1,100 square feet. But I could maybe get another session of yoga, perhaps, on the other side of the wall in that one room.
Is that represented in your
Yes, it is.
documents here?
Yes.
The overlap?
Yes, yeah. Yeah.
What about things like the wellness rooms, though? You got 350 for Henry Ford.
That's correct.
So, for instance, that could be one of those divided multi-purposes.
Please, could you say that once again, please?
350 could be effectively one of the divided multi-purpose rooms, because is 350 square feet for a large wellness room going to be used 5 days a week?
I'd have to defer to Chris on that, on the usage of that.
Trying to bring up
Yes.
examples to sort of validate
Sure.
what Commissioner Ballard's trying to get at.
Sure. But we need large chunks of space now. Chopping 400 square feet off a kitchen won't get us there.
10% of the target.
Right.
Then
Right.
take 350 out for a large wellness room, for instance. You're at 18% of the target.
Okay.
Don't discount small bites, because
Oh.
you don't eat an elephant in one bite.
Trust me, I've done this number of times, reducing square footage. What happens is we start eating into storage rooms. That compromises how these spaces are used. We start making rooms smaller. It compromises the amount of folks being able to be accommodated into a exercise room or a multipurpose room.
You're asking us to give feedback on cuts to something that we've sort of determined that we can't even validate the numbers that you based it on. I think it's like one step at a time. Let's get real numbers here. Let's understand the numbers that you've presented, because they're not valid and they haven't been validated for me. So I can't tell you what to cut until I know. And you may find, when the numbers are validated, that right there you've found space.
Again, I need to find 4,900 square feet.
Okay.
All right.
I think you need to move in that direction. I don't think 4,900 square feet is a hard target, but I
Okay.
think we would all be interested in, another pass at validating the programming and looking at, maybe one multipurpose room can be dropped.
Sure.
So, and looking at the kitchen and looking at just taking another, I understand that you have all been doing yeoman's work, and I'm sure you're all tired, but this is part of the process. We need to be cognizant of, as you said, not so severely underbuilding that you end up in a space where these people can't function appropriately or profitably, and we don't want to hurt their business models, but we also want to minimize the cost to the community and the square footage on the site for parking. So, I mean, it is a complicated balance.
Indeed.
And I think we need to be very careful about cost.
Yes.
Because there's been a $32 million cap, turnkey basically, put on this. And I heard on Wednesday reservations expressed that 32 million isn't enough. It's not going to do it for this, and especially when you start talking about LEED and some of the other features that are wanted. And the gentleman that was here at the workshop that was from Beverly Hills that had properties in Birmingham, I chatted with him out in the corridor, and he when I told him the number, he just looked at me and went, it's not going to work. He said, how much is the total bond? 48. He goes, that's probably more like the number you're going to be looking at. And he did that for 42 years.
Based on what metric?
Just listening to someone that had done it for 42 years with financing commercial buildings, he's got reservations. I don't want to overspeak for him, but
Building recreation centers?
I'm not trying to overspeak for him. I'm just trying to say that there are reservations, that there is a capped amount of money, and there's an awful lot of external factors going on right now that are demanding value to be provided to the community at large. And we have not, the thing we've got to remember is this isn't the only project that we have in front of us. And so the community at large demands value for their money. We've got a long list of other things that they want. We have, I'm not going to bring up Maslow again. We have other things that we need to be taken care of that are also not in front of us yet, but we know we've got coming. And so we just have to be extremely careful about the size of the asks being placed on everybody, because at large, economically, everyone's starting to cry uncle now.
Other comments? Mr. Emery.
With regards to the cost that Mr. Hayes was just talking about, I'm eager for this construction manager to start giving us cost. So I have the same reservations you have, but we don't know yet. That's why we have a contractor coming on board to tell us it, as opposed to a guy in the hallway, unfortunately. So,
And if I may add, Kramer Management Group has also done some cost analysis, and they've been doing that for
Right.
several decades as well.
and then with regards to validation of programming, we keep looking at Jim and saying validation of programming. Well, our owner's rep and our city manager are here to represent the city and the city. So I think it would be appropriate, not that Jim's not, but maybe we should do some of that program validation. There's hesitation, appropriately, I think, Mr. Baller's mentioning. We have two non-city entities talking about programming in hours, so maybe the city can come back to us and let us know on that.
All right. So there is a suggested resolution to approve the concept in draft that the commission can either act on, pend, or change.
Can I make a suggestion?
Yes.
Because I'm not necessarily there yet, but what if we did something, change the suggested motion to approve in concept the draft building program exercise for the new Birmingham Community Senior Center at 400 East Lincoln?
It's just playing with semantics.
It's not semantics, because right now, the way I read this is draft building programming. That's not what we're doing here.
So let's ask Ms. Ecker, what is the goal of this resolution and where does it get us?
The goal of this resolution is basically for the commission to weigh in at one of the stages through the design process. So you know we're in schematic design right now. You know that we talked about you wanting to have several touch points on this project as it moved along so it didn't get too far ahead of itself. So this is one of those touch points for you. You've given direction on you want it to be made smaller. So I think what we're looking for, to Mr. Stock's point, is you've given us a guideline. We've got something that's almost within the guideline. Now I think what we're hearing is we think you may be on the right track. Validate the program independently, the city, Kramer, whoever, and or shrink the size down a little bit more if you can. That's what we're looking for, because we don't want to send the architect to the next phase to go and start laying out a building and laying out a floor plan and designing a building if we don't all agree that this is going to meet our needs.
So if we wanted to pen this motion until you came back to us one more time with whatever steps you think it takes to do this validation and to see if you can skinny something down, is that a problem?
No, it's not a problem. We have the time to be able to do that, especially as the commission has decided not to go to a May vote.
Which is all about doing it carefully and right.
It means you're going to have a long meeting agenda on the 24th, but it's absolutely doable.
How does the commission feel about that?
I don't think a motion was necessary. The direction is fine.
Okay, so to take no action on this resolution at this point because we've given direction to come back one more time.
I would like to hear from everybody else.
Commissioner Host.
Jim, can I just suggest that you take a look at the administrative and the support lobby? I mean, that's almost 6,000 square feet. We can certainly, maybe you can go less.
So is the commission comfortable with that direction?
I have a long planned vacation on the 25th. I'm leaving like really early in the morning, so I am not going to be here until 1 o'clock. I'll just tell you, I'm going to leave at a reasonable hour and whatever.
I just want to make sure that I'm clear on the direction that I stated. It's one, for the city and or Kramer to do an independent evaluation of the programming, and two, cut down, again, shrink whatever possible, reanalyze that, not necessarily going down to the very bottom.
But yes, but doing what you can that does not fatally harm anybody's business operation.
Okay.
Commissioner Ball.
I'm going to say it one more time. I think both organizations ought to be investigating other resources in the community that they can utilize to provide some of their programming where appropriate.
All right, so I think we've concluded this item. We're going to move to item E. Thank you very much for your time. Thank you, Chris. Thank you, Parrish. Thank you, committee members who are here. We're going to move to E, resolution to establish the Sustainability and Climate Action Special Revenue Fund to house funds dedicated towards sustainability and climate action projects.
Would you like me
me to give everybody a second to head out, or just go for it?
Oh, go for it.
Just go for it. I do usually clear out rooms, so I'm used to it. So, as you stated, Mayor Long, thank you again. I am up here requesting that we do another recommendation from the recently adopted Birmingham Green Healthy Climate Plan. That recommendation is to implement that Sustainability and Climate Action Fund as a special revenue fund. The only difference here that you were maybe unprepared for is that I am asking for a $10,000 seed money for this fund. That wasn't in the plan. I'm here asking for $10,000. I want to acknowledge that that's not insignificant, although it may seem insignificant after we just talked about $30 million and all that. But one of my main goals tonight was to assure you that every time we have a sustainability project that our goal, I should say, is not to come up here begging for general fund money. We would be using the means and methods that we outlined in long-range planning, the redistribution, the congestion fee, as I'm currently calling it, grants and philanthropy to really bulk up that fund. So this initial $10,000 of seed money should maybe even be a one-time thing. And it's been cleared with the Finance Department. We've talked at length about this fund and how it can work, and they've assured me it can work. So with that, I suppose the ask is simple in a sense, to start this fund so that we can start accruing money into it and start using it.
Could you give us an example of some hypothetical projects you would want to support with a fund like this?
Sure. So I mentioned in the report grant funding, so that's one. Lots of grants require matches. It's something we frequently have to come here and ask for amendments for, which we wouldn't need to. Let's consider, say, I don't know why this is so hard, the rain garden project in Booth Park. Say they were just shy of their bond amount or something, and they needed $40,000 to make a rain garden. Otherwise, it would just be grass. I think we could discuss it as a group together and take that 40 from the Sustainability and Climate Action Fund to offset that cost and to get the project where we may have lost that sort of improvement.
And any expenditures would still come before the commission, or they wouldn't if they're under a threshold?
They wouldn't if they were under a threshold, but they would if they were over the purchasing guidelines.
And what is that number?
75,000.
All right, so $10,000 we're not going to see, but.
Not necessarily. And it's specifically supposed to be earmarked for things that are in the plan or things you direct to us. So I wouldn't say that anything would be a surprise necessarily, although we indicated in the sustainability plan, we do plan on annual reports where I think that might be a good thing to report to you all.
All right, any questions for Mr. Dupuy? Commissioner, Mayor Pro Tem Ballard.
I'm not against it. I want to talk about it a little bit more. I'm trying to think of any other situations that might be analogous, like the Parks and Rec Board or the Multimodal Board or some other board coming and saying, hey, we'd like $10,000 to create to seed money for a fund to do whatever, parks and multimodal and
Well, I see this as being seed money to generate money rather than money to spend on a project. It's to help.
Well, those departments generate money.
But other departments have funds and budgets and line items already. This one does not.
Multimodal has a budget.
Well, technically through the engineering department and major and local street funds, for instance.
And Parks and Rec has money.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Yeah, just do it.
I'll move the suggested resolution.
I'll second.
All right.
Be tied.
Moved and seconded. Commissioner comments on the motion?
We like Nick.
All right, well, that was a little personal, but okay. Any public comment on the motion? I see none in the room. Any public comment online? Please use the raise your hand function. I see none. Since this is an expenditure, Ms. Bingham, roll call vote.
Mayor Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Anthony Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Commissioner Host?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Emmerich?
Yes.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Have a good evening. Commission items for future discussion. A motion is required to bring up the item for future discussion at the next reasonable agenda. No discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Commissioner Host.
You know, we were all at the January 25th long-range planning session, and I was thoroughly impressed with Police Chief Scott Gruey's presentation. His ingenious, cost-effective proposal to get our police department facilities into some form of compliance with the certification requirements demonstrates what can be done when we have expertise, and that would be Scott, and pragmatism coming together. By moving a few walls and redirecting some ramps and taking 3 parking places in the back here, Chief Gruey has developed a solution to a critical problem that has been buried in our bloated and stalled, quote, Taj City Hall, unquote, project. Reviewing his proposal made my day. I don't know about the rest of you, but I was giddy for Gruey. I hope we can expeditiously give him the approvals he needs to proceed, and we should learn from his example that creative, effective solutions do not always require enormous budgets. Thank you, Chief Gruey. This project deserves expediting. I'd like to make a motion to put this project on our agenda pronto.
Second that.
All right, Ms. Eckert, does this need that kind of action?
I will say that is up to you. Does it need it? Not necessarily. But would this fast track it? Can tell you right now that all of those things are incorporated into the budget that we are currently putting together for next year, fiscal year, starting June 1. And we've been going through the budget hearings last week and this week and continuing through the rest of the week. And those projects are in there, so it will be coming to you as part of the budget hearing in April, I believe it is this year.
Is that satisfactory, Commissioner Host, or you still want to make it?
Yes.
Okay.
No, that is, to know that it's in the budget.
Absolutely.
Outstanding.
All right, anyone else? Commissioner Haig.
I don't know if it's something that needs to be debated, but it's more of a request. So I've been trying to keep up with this development in Royal Oak, the Sheets proposal on 14 Mile.
Yep.
And there was one thing that I noticed in there that jumped out at me. They had almost a 70-page traffic study report by the exact same consultants that did our traffic study report, that was done at the exact same time that we did our traffic study report, and there was zero cross-referencing between them. And yet one will influence the other. And so what I would like to do as a request for the future is that we actually have any of the requests that go out to consultants in general, and I use this one as just the example, that they bring in any others within, let's say, a 1-mile radius of the city limits that are of a similar subject, because we will see influence from others. Whether we like it or not, we will see it, and so that may then play a part in some of the decisions we take. Because quite honestly, I mean, I remember I asked for fairly radical solutions at 15 and Eaton, all the way to making it a single-lane road like we did over at Maple over here. That's going to have traffic implications down on 14 Mile, but anything they do on 14 Mile, which has got some fairly significant changes to that intersection for the access to the proposed location, is going to influence what happens with us. It will change our traffic flow, traffic pattern, traffic volume. And so I want to see these cross-referencing between them, especially if it's the same consultants doing the same activities, because otherwise we're flying way too blind. And I think it would benefit us and ultimately any adjacent communities that have the same situation.
Is that appropriate direction?
I wanted to quantify what it was,
Well,
but basically, we need background from everybody else around us. If they've done something within the last 6 months that's of a similar style, we need to see it, because that can change our decisions quite dramatically.
They do share constitutionally, they share their plans, we share our plans, correct?
Correct.
Our 2040 plan went out to everybody.
Correct.
We get their
Yes.
plans. But these independent requests for potential, like rezoning, do we get formal notification of something like that?
We do if we have property within however many feet. So, and I say we, I mean the city. So if there are private homes that are along there, they would get the notices. If it was public property that the city owned, we would get a notice.
Yeah, that one, we don't have any city property within 300 feet, but the consequences of actions is what I'm looking at.
And I think what you're getting at is the traffic study requirement, and right now in the zoning ordinance, what it says is for a community impact, you must do a traffic study. You must consider everything in the surrounding area already. Not that you need to provide the exact copy of something, 250 feet down the road, but that you have to consider the overall.
We have to consider the overall community at large.
Right.
And it's not necessarily that we are taking somebody else's traffic study and adding it to ours. It's background information that can help with any decisions that are made.
So
That's really what I'm looking for.
Yeah, let me go further than that. Is it possible for us to send a letter from our planning department to Royal Oaks Planning Department or you to their city manager to say that the city of Birmingham has great interest in this project because it has the potential to affect our traffic utilization and that we wish to be kept apprised and considered?
Absolutely,
Of
I can do
developments?
that. Yes.
That would be very helpful in this singular case. What I'm actually
Right.
looking for is a generalization as well, that when we engage an external consultant, if they have awareness of, or if they've been engaged to do something of a similar nature within, whatever the radius is we determine. And I just chose a mile because
Right.
we were on a mile grids.
They could notify us and we could reach out to the municipality
Yes.
and ask for it. We can't force them to share what somebody else paid
No,
for.
no. They don't have to share anything that's not public disclosure.
Right.
Absolutely. That's not the right thing to do at all. But if it's something that is publicly disclosed, then we would like to be able to have access to that, to understand it, because honestly, we wouldn't have known about it if some community members hadn't actually been blasting it all over social media with some of the links, and
Yep.
none of us would have seen it until it was all over.
And we could perhaps take consolation in their success rate, which is not great so far, but yes. All right, anything else? All right, then we move to communication of commission discussion items from a prior meeting, and the first one was business recycling practices. This is stage 2, correct? So that was
Commissioner Schaefer.
Commissioner Schaefer, so we'll pass on that since she's not here. And then this is also stage 2 consideration for Technology Advisory Board. That was Commissioner Ballard.
I'd like to postpone that discussion till late March, April.
Okay.
If that's okay.
All right, so those are both pended. Removed from consent agenda, we have nothing. Communications, we have nothing. Reports, we have notice of intention to appoint to the Architectural Review Committee and notice of intention to appoint to the Planning Board. Commissioner comments, Commissioner Host.
Last Saturday night, the Baldwin Library did something they've never done before. They had a techno music evening, and I want to compliment Rebecca Kraft for allowing David Bloom and group to put this together. They both should be applauded. An older resident of our town said, why don't we do something like a rock and roll party for teenagers in the library? The notion is to get people in the library. I met a lady named Tara Moon who was excited to hear about the techno music and also the teen aspect, because there's nothing for our teenagers to do. And by the way, she's the director of the Township Library, but she and her husband Joe live in Beverly Hills, and she said, I'm here because this is my library. Anyway, I think it was an outstanding soiree into community outreach, and I hope the library, as well as the city, emphasizes getting the community involved.
Any other commissioner comments? I will say that 2 weeks ago, I had the opportunity to serve as a judge for the Birmingham Youth Assistant Kids Dog Show over at Brookshire Middle School, which was, again, a wonderful event. And another great example of community coming together with adorable kids and adorable dogs in adorable costumes doing adorable tricks. So it was very well attended and a very successful BYA event. I also want to note that for those who have not seen it, a pillar of our community and long-term steadfast BYA supporter, Shelley Taub, passed away recently. I think less than a week ago.
Fourth.
Yes, and so I don't know that there have been any arrangements announced yet, but I think we all can acknowledge the debt of service that Oakland County owes her as a longtime county commissioner and someone who is deeply involved in supporting youth and the BYA. So. And then we move to advisory boards, committees, commission reports, and agendas, legislation, city staff, and if we could have a motion to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We are adjourned.